Chapter 1435. Su Iran's spirit chi clothing had used at least 2,000 purple caltrop crystals. Such a large number of purple caltrop crystals could not have been collected from the Class 3 underground dimensional rift. Although Li Wan could not tell what the clock-shaped earrings on Su Iran's ears were made of, just based on the spirit chi clothing embedded with purple caltrop crystals, it was definitely worth more than 12 million deep Brahmin dollars. The price of such luxurious clothing was even more expensive than the spirit chi clothing that Lin Yuan was wearing and the sea-patterned incense burner pendant. However, a person wearing such clothing actually called herself Lin Yuan's maidservant. This made Li Wan have a new guess about Lin Yuan's identity after she saw how he had ordered experts to kill the deep frost chamber of commerce. All along, Li Wan had thought that wearing clothing only depends on one's liking, and not the price, was just a pretentious statement. Even a pinnacle Class 4 creation master wouldn't be able to do this when wearing it. But now Li Wan believed it. The example was right in front of Li Wan, and she had no choice but to believe it. Even the spirit chi clothing that her subordinates were wearing was worth 10 million deep Brahmin dollars. What kind of spirit chi clothing could Lin Yuan not wear? Elder Duan had been waiting at the door of the president's office after the middle-aged man brought over the aged wine and spirit fruits. After the middle-aged man brought the aged wine and spirit fruits, Elder Duan received them. He was afraid that the middle-aged man would lose his composure in front of Su Iran again, so he did not let him enter the room. Li Wan took the spirit fruits on the table and personally squeezed the juice for Lin Yuan and the others. On Elder Duan's side, he helped Ji Feng open the top aged wine of the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. As a result, when the aged wine was opened, there was a bit of pungent wine smell. Ji Feng said, "This aged wine should have been brewed for at least 80 years. This aged wine should have been brewed for at least 80 years, using sour platinum spirit fruits and allowing them to fully ferment, using the blood and marrow of a fantasy breed dragon species Fey to soak the tiger bones of a fantasy breed tiger species Fey together to extract all the odor in the tiger bones. The odor in the tiger bones and the fishy smell in the dragon bones collide, cleverly removing the sourness in the spirit fruits. The idea of this winemaker is indeed ingenious. Just with this idea, the wine will definitely be a good one. It was really good to advertise. It was worth installing. It was even supported on Android and Apple phones." Ji Feng's words caused Li Wan and Elder Duan to feel numb. The last time Ji Feng drank the elephant bone wine, he knew the ingredients after just one sip. This had already shocked Li Wan and old Duan. Now, Ji Feng was able to accurately describe the essence of this aged wine just by the fragrance of the open jar. This meant that Ji Feng could no longer be defined as a wine connoisseur. To be able to stretch out his tongue like this, who knew how many peerless wines he had drunk and how many spiritual ingredients he had tasted, with just a whiff, one could tell the flavor of the wine from the scent of the wine. From the details, Li Wan understood how unfathomable Lin Yuan's background was. Li Wan decided not to hide her goal anymore. Li Wan looked at Su Iran, her tone unusually serious. "On behalf of the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce, I would like to cooperate with you. Previously, Lin Yuan proposed to me the intention to cooperate deeply, but I don't know why he left in a hurry after proposing it. I didn't have the time to finalize the cooperation." When Su Iran heard this, she felt that Li Wan was really lucky. Lin Yuan wanting to cooperate with Li Wan was definitely a blessing for the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce. But when Li Wan did not grasp the opportunity at the start, she actually had the luck of waiting for the second opportunity to come knocking on her door. It was enough to see Li Wan's luck. However, Su Iran did not agree with Li Wan's words about a deep cooperation. Su Iran spoke in a calm tone. President Li should know that the term deep cooperation is not suitable for our young master. Cooperation is when both sides stand on equal footing, mutually beneficial, and create value together. Our young master's help to the flourishing Chamber of Commerce is visible, but I really cannot think of any tangible benefits that the flourishing Chamber of Commerce can bring to our young master. If President Li only wants to continue the discussion in the form of cooperation, then I think there is no need for us to waste our breath here. There are hundreds of chambers of commerce in the Deep Lavender Federation. The strong chambers of commerce are like dragons in the clouds, and the weak chambers of commerce are like ants on the ground. As long as our young master raises his hand, the ants on the ground can quickly rise and suppress the dragons on the ground. The pair of bronze/epic object holding walnuts earlier is enough to prove that what I said is true. Therefore, President Li needs to show sincerity that can move me before we can continue the discussion. Su Yiren's tone was calm, but the meaning in her words was unusually strong. Every sentence pointed out the crux of the matter, leaving Li Yuan with no way to retreat. She could only face the problem directly. On the way here, Su Yiren had specifically asked Lin Yuan about the contents of the transaction with the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. However, Su Yiren did not know that Lin Yuan had dealt with the Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce. Su Yiren had only used the little information she had about the transaction with the flourishing Chamber of Commerce as a bargaining chip to force Li Yuan to this point in the negotiation. This showed Lin Yuan how powerful Su Yiren was. Originally, he was here to talk about cooperation. However, after Li Yuan had expressed the intention to cooperate, Su Yiren had immediately made adjustments to the plan. She had wanted to ensure the greatest benefits for her side. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Su Yiren's talent in internal affairs was extraordinary. However, Lin Yuan was not sure if she could compare to Wenyu. After all, the two were good at different things. Wenyu was good at gathering information, organizing information, and coordinating resources. Zoel, on the other hand, excelled in diplomacy. Su Yiren's words had clearly provoked Li Yuan's pride. Li Yuan had just developed a strong sense of love for Lin Yuan. Su Yiren's words were basically telling Li Yuan the distance between her and Lin Yuan. More than once, Li Yuan wanted to slam the table and leave the president's office. But when she thought of the situation of flourishing Chamber of Commerce and her father's dying wish, Li Yuan forced herself to calm down. Li Yuan said, after a series of violent coughs, "The flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce is not a first-rate Chamber of Commerce. What is useful to you is only the function of the Chamber of Commerce. Either you want to invest in the flourishing Chamber of Commerce and are interested in the shares of the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. No matter which of these 2 points you value, I can only trade shares." When she said this, Li Yuan had a conflicted expression on her face. Su Yiren did not disturb Li Yuan. Instead, she allowed Li Yuan to think to her heart's content. In the end, Li Yuan took a deep look at Lin Yuan and then said to Su Yiren, "Most of the shares of the flourishing Chamber of Commerce are in the hands of the elders of the Li family. I might be the president of the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce, but I only have 40% of the shares. I can give you all 40% of the shares without holding anything back. But I have 2 requests. 166 Reading Network, Chapter 1436. At this point, Li Yuan's tone became firm. Firstly, I want to keep the management rights of the flourishing Prosperity Merchant Company. Secondly, I want to seek your help to gather the scattered shares of the flourishing Prosperity Merchant Company. After that, I can give you another 9% of the remaining 60%. Su Yiren did not immediately make a decision. Instead, she looked at Lin Yuan. It was not that Su Yiren could not make a decision, but this matter involved the internal struggle of the Li family. Whether she wanted to get involved in this mess was up to Lin Yuan. Su Iran saw Lin Yuan reveal a trusting smile at her. Su Iran immediately understood that Lin Yuan wanted her to make the decision for this transaction. Seeing Lin Yuan's smile, Su Iran, who had always been able to control people with love and charm, suddenly felt a little dazed. Su Iran had never properly observed Lin Yuan before. Now, she realized that Lin Yuan's appearance was not inferior to hers. Looking at him now, she realized that Lin Yuan's appearance was not inferior to hers. Moreover, in terms of bone structure, she was inferior to Lin Yuan. Damn, I can contract the sacred source life form, absolute love poppy. I can't even compare to Lin Yuan. Is Lin Yuan the reincarnation of an old succubus from the abyss world? While muttering to herself about Lin Yuan's appearance, Su Iran looked at Li Wan and said, I agree to your request. Before this, our young master will hold 40% of the Flourishing Prosperity Merchant Company's shares. You will be the controller of the Flourishing Prosperity Merchant Company. After this, our young master will hold 49% of the Flourishing Prosperity Merchant Company's shares. The three major federations of the Awesomeness continent are constantly fighting, and the bandits are running rampant. It is said that there are many paths in troubled times, but your Flourishing Prosperity Merchant Company, or rather, you have chosen the most correct path. To be honest, I am a little envious of your luck. Su Iran said this from the bottom of her heart. If she had hesitated and missed the Celestial Council, would she have a second chance to join the Celestial Council? Li Wan did not understand why Su Iran said she was lucky. However, Li Wan could hear a strong confidence in Su Iran's words. She did not care about the divine, Wood Federation, Deep Brahman Federation, or Iron Hammer Federation. This strong confidence made Li Wan feel like she saw a giant beast that could easily trample over the divine Wood Federation, Deep Brahman Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation. Suddenly, Li Wan thought of the conflict between Lin Yuan and the Liu family. Li Wan said worriedly, the Liu family behind the Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce is much more powerful than our Li family. If the Liu family knows that our Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce has attached itself to you, they will definitely retaliate against us. The warriors of the Li family are no match for the Liu family. What do you think we should do? Li Wan knew that Lin Yuan had experts in his hands. If this battle was fought in one place, Li Wan would not fear the revenge of the Liu family at all. However, the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce had 47 branches in the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. As long as the Liu family made a move on any of the branches of the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce, for the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce, this was an unbearable loss. In any case, he had already attached himself to Lin Yuan and was facing an unsolvable problem. Li Wan straightforwardly told Lin Yuan and asked for his help. Su Iran heard Li Wan's concerns and didn't say anything. Su Iran did not know what had happened between Lin Yuan and the Liu family. As a decision-maker, Su Iran would not easily make a decision on something she was not clear about. Su Iran did not think that there were any local factions on the Agawan continent that could compare to Lin Yuan. Looking at Li Wan's worried expression, Lin Yuan spoke. As long as President Li Wan and Elder Duan do not leak the news of the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce attaching itself to me, how would outsiders know? Lin Yuan's words made Li Wan's eyes light up. In Li Wan's understanding, Lin Yuan would definitely give the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce his mark if he supported it. However, Lin Yuan did not do so. Instead, he chose to push the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce forward and be a secret promoter. As the president of the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce, she could still stand at the forefront. On the surface, all the glory that the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce obtained belonged to the Li family. For the Li family of the middle and lower class of the Deep Lush Federation, Glory was something that they pursued even in their dreams. Lin Yuan's words made Li Wan's heart completely calm. As long as the Li family could enjoy glory, their status in the Deep Lush Federation would continue to rise. On the contrary, Li Wan did not care about material things. Now that Li Wan had finished talking with Lin Yuan, she needed to talk with him. Facing the resources that Lin Yuan had poured into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce, what price should the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce use in exchange? In this transaction that involved a large amount of shares, the distribution of benefits must be clearly discussed in advance. Lin Yuan now had 40% of the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's shares, and he would have 49% in the future. This meant that nearly half of the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's profits would be given to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan poured too little resources into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce, the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce would suffer a huge loss. If Lin Yuan poured too much resources into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce, the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce would take advantage. Whether it was taking advantage or suffering losses, it would affect the stability of the cooperation. Therefore, the best way to solve this situation was for Lin Yuan to pour resources into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce every time. The flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce would buy it at a certain price. This method was equivalent to the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce using 40% or 49% of the shares to buy the qualifications for Lin Yuan to pour resources into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce. In such a situation, if the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce wanted to benefit, it had to obtain a large amount of resources from Lin Yuan. Li Wan chose this transaction method to see how much resources Lin Yuan would pour into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce in the future. To what extent was he going to do for the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at Li Wan with admiration. Since Li Wan was meticulous in doing things, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't be stingy. Su Yiren listened to Li Wan's words while looking at Lin Yuan's expression. Su Yiren knew that Li Wan had made an excellent decision after making a correct choice. In the future, the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce was destined to leap from an ant to a dragon above the clouds in the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. The small book booth that the book friends used previously showing now that they were basically using the Qianqian apses. At that moment, Su Yiren and Li Wan heard Lin Yuan speak. Until now, I still don't know the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's main business direction. You can introduce it to me, President Li Wan. Upon hearing this, Li Wan was delighted. She knew that Lin Yuan was going to pour resources into the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce. The flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's current business direction was animal fur, fine spirit plants, spirit fruits, fine wine, metal ores, and a small number of high-quality fays. The flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's business direction had always been conventional and didn't have any outstanding aspects. Due to the lack of creation master resources, in the Li family, the proportion of high-quality fays was very small. The small number of high-quality fays was used by Li Wan to curry favor with old customers. Chapter 1437. But even so, there were still many old customers who felt that the goods of flourishing Fan Chamber of Commerce were not complete, and the quality was not high. Li Wan desperately wanted to change the situation of flourishing Chamber of Commerce. Thus, Li Wan answered Lin Yuan's question greedily. Young Master Lin, our flourishing Chamber of Commerce can buy any kind of goods and sell them on the shelves. With the success of this auction, I plan to hold regular flourishing auctions in each branch. Therefore, even if it's some strange materials, my flourishing Chamber of Commerce can still digest them. As Li Wan spoke, she specifically mentioned the Shengfan auction. The purpose was to hint to Lin Yuan that he could provide more premium resources when providing resources. Lin Yuan nodded in response. Lin Yuan was not afraid of Li Wan's ambitions. On the contrary, the more ambitious Li Wan was, the more Lin Yuan admired her. If Li Wan behaved like a salted fish. On the contrary, Lin Yuan had to reconsider whether he should continue to cooperate with the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. I won't provide too many supplies to flourishing Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Lin Yuan say this, Li Wan and Elder Duan's hopeful gazes immediately dimmed. Before Li Wan and Elder Duan could smile bitterly in disappointment, Lin Yuan continued speaking. I can send a low-class Class 4 Creation Master to be stationed in Oak City's deep Enlightenment Flourishing Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, assign 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters to customize the spirit fluids according to the requirements of the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce. Provide 10 pairs of bronze/epic walnuts, 200 bronze/flawless phase, and 5 bronze/epic phase every month. As for the other trivial materials, I won't provide them to the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce. Let Flourishing Chamber of Commerce deal with it themselves. Every time Lin Yuan spoke, Li Wan and Elder Duan's eyes would widen. Both of them were shocked by Lin Yuan's words. Send a Class 4 Primary Creation Master to Oak City's Flourishing Chamber of Commerce branch to oversee it. It should be known that the leader of Oak City was also the patriarch of the Ding clan. He was just a low-class Class 4 Creation Master. As long as the Class 4 low-level Creation Master Lin joined the Divinewood Federation and was certified in the Divinewood Royal Court, the Creation Master would be able to enter the Divinewood Federation. A dozen years was enough to create a city as prosperous as Oak City. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't just send a low-class Class 4 Creation Master to the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce. There were also 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters who worked for the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce. In Oak City, the Ding family didn't even have 12 Class 3 Creation Master clans. There was only one Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master clan. Just the infusion of Class 3 Creation Master resources was something that the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce couldn't afford, no matter how much money they had. One primary Class 4 Creation Master and 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters might not be comparable to the Li family in terms of Pinnacle Creation Masters, but the Li family wasn't a match for them. The Li clan currently had 2 mid-class Class 4 Creation Masters and 1 low-class Class 4 Creation Master. However, the Li family only had 5 Class 3 Creation Masters. In terms of the total number of Creation Masters, it was almost the same as the number of Creation Master resources that Lin Yuan had poured in. Each of the 200 bronze/flawless phase was qualified to appear in the Flourishing Fan Auction. As for the 10 pairs of bronze/epic object storing walnuts and the 5 bronze/epic phase, they were resources of this level. Only high-grade Class 4 Creation Masters and above could nurture them. Lin Yuan was not talking about providing this quantity of bronze/epic walnuts and phase. Instead, it would be provided once a month. This meant that Lin Yuan had the resources of a high-grade Class 4 Creation Master or above. Moreover, Lin Yuan could casually instruct Class 4 Creation Masters and above to work. These were all things that the Li family didn't have. Such resources could only be allocated by Class 4 Creation Masters and above, and it was enough for the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce to reach a higher level. Li Wan did not care about Lin Yuan's suggestion that the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce would no longer be able to provide some miscellaneous supplies. With so many good things, even if Lin Yuan gave those trivial things to Li Wan, she wouldn't be interested in them. Lin Yuan had chosen to pour these resources into the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce every month after careful consideration. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could provide the Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce with hundreds of bronze/epic phase every day. However, doing so would shock Li Wan first. If Li Wan dared to reveal such a huge amount of resources. The flourishing prosperity chamber of commerce would immediately become the target of the divine, wood, deep Brahmin, and iron hammer federations. With such resources, the flourishing prosperity chamber of commerce would be dazzling but not eye-catching. While accelerating the flourishing prosperity chamber of commerce's development, it would also help with the construction of Su Yiren's 14 love workshops. After Master Hong Shun helped Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru enhance their phase in the return from faraway manor. Then, he started to nurture plant phase in the underground palace. However, plant phase often had a very long growth cycle. Therefore, Master Hong Shun had been idle in the return from faraway manor for nearly a month. Previously, Master Hong Shun's soul had been injured and couldn't do anything. As a result, Master Hong Shun hated this idle state. Previously, when Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway manor, Master Hong Shun had been chasing behind him. He wanted Lin Yuan to assign tasks to him. Master Hong Shun had used the law rune and issued an allegiance oath to Lin Yuan. He was someone that Lin Yuan could trust 100%. Therefore, he arranged for Master Hong Shun to be in the Oak City Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's branch. Firstly, he could find something for Master Hong Shun to do. Secondly, he could also arrange for someone to be by Li Wan's side. This would allow Lin Yuan to have a precise grasp of the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's situation. As for the 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters that Lin Yuan arranged, they were all 100 Questions Beasts from the 100 Questions Beast Legion. He had already taught the 100 Questions Beasts that he had previously adopted. Each of them was a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. In addition, Genius was now at Diamond and had the energy to teach the new 100 Questions Beasts. Therefore, the number of members in the 100 Questions Beast Legion would only increase in the future. Sending 100 Questions Beasts to serve the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce would not affect Lin Yuan's accumulation of resources. As for the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's dividends, Lin Yuan didn't plan to ask for Brahmin coins. Instead, he planned to exchange for a large number of the Divine Wood Federation's unique production-type Fey plants. He also wanted to exchange for rare minerals that were relatively rare in the Radiance Federation. These were the resources that could truly be called strategic reserves. Speaking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something. Lin Yuan wanted to obtain a large number of objects holding walnuts that could freely travel to and from the Divine Wood Federation through the spatial tunnel. He also needed some object holding walnut trees that were older. Therefore, Lin Yuan said to Li Wan, President Li Wan, the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce should have plenty of common plant phase like the object holding walnut trees. I want 500 objects holding walnut trees that are more than 300 years old. Upon hearing that, Li Wan immediately said, Young Master Lin, I will immediately ask Elder Duan to bring all the objects holding walnut trees that are more than 300 years old to you. 166 Reading Network. Chapter 1438. Currently, Oak City's Flourishing Chamber of Commerce has more than 600 walnut trees that are more than 300 years old. There seem to be more than 20 walnut trees that are more than 500 years old. These 20 or so walnut trees that are more than 500 years old have all produced walnuts. If these walnuts are upgraded to bronze/epic, the walnuts produced will be about 2/5 larger than the walnuts produced by 300-year-old walnut trees. Although they are both of bronze/epic quality, the walnuts produced by a 500-year-old walnut tree are worth at least 5 million Brahmin coins, more than a 300-year-old walnut tree. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. If he upgraded these 20-odd 500-year-old walnut trees to bronze/epic, he would be able to harvest at least 1,200 pairs of bronze/epic walnuts. With the harvest of 1,200 pairs of bronze/epic walnuts, Lin Feng had a huge harvest. For a long time, he would not need to nurture the bronze/epic walnut tree. These bronze/epic walnut trees could directly raise the 100 Questions Beast Army to the diamond grade. It was used to increase the storage of spatial attribute spirit materials. Just as Elder Duan was about to prepare a walnut tree for Lin Yuan, someone knocked on the VIP room's door. The middle-aged man, who had been staring at Su Yiren, walked in again. After bowing to Lin Yuan and the others, he spoke softly to Li Wan. "President, the patriarch of the Ding family, Ding Qingxua, says that he wishes to see young Master Lin." The middle-aged man's tone was filled with surprise. In the middle-aged man's memory, Ding Qingxua didn't even attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's branch in Oak City. But now, he had taken the initiative to visit a young man. Moreover, Ding Qingxua did not take the initiative to come up after the waiter let him pass. He even insisted that he come up to inform them. It was enough to show how humble Ding Qingxua was. Li Wan could not decide on a matter like this. Li Wan looked at Lin Yuan, waiting to see what Lin Yuan would decide. In fact, Li Guan did not want Lin Yuan to meet Ding Qingxua in her heart. If Lin Yuan and Ding Qingxua negotiated a collaboration, then Lin Yuan's emphasis on the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly decrease a lot. In Oak City, the power of the Ding clan was something that no other power could compare to. The Ding family could do many things for Lin Yuan that the flourishing Chamber of Commerce couldn't. Although Lin Yuan had long known that Ding Qingxua would visit him, he was not interested in his visit. However, he had just begun to plan in the Divine Wood Federation. Building a good relationship with Ding Qingxua, the Lord of Oak City, would only be beneficial to his future plans. Ding Qingxua was a Class 4 creation master recognized by the Divine Wood Royal Court. Class 4 creation masters that were recognized by the Divine Wood Imperial Court would automatically join the Divine Wood Council and become a member of the council. Therefore, Ding Qingxua could be considered an official. If there was anything in the future, he would have to contact the Divine Wood Federation officials. Taking Ding Qingxua's path was much more stable than taking Jian Li's. Lin Yuan stood up and spoke to Li Wan. "President Li, we've finished our discussion. Just give me those walnut trees before I leave. Su Yiren will send you the follow-up supplies. Since President Li and I have a relationship, it's inconvenient for outsiders to know. President Li, why don't you specially arrange a reception room for me to meet Ding Qingxua?" Upon seeing Lin Yuan stand up, Lu Jie and Ji Feng also prepared to get up. At that moment, they heard Lin Yuan speak. "Big brother Lu, Ji Feng, you two stay here with Xiao Hua. Xiao Chao, drink more juice. Then call the Sincere E-Caravan's captain, Mr. Zhao, over. After that, let the Sincere E-Caravan be affiliated with the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. Our conflict with the Lu family started because of the Sincere E-Caravan. If the Lu family wants revenge, they will find the Sincere E-Caravan immediately. At that time, the people I arranged in the Sincere E-Caravan will solve the Lu family's problem." Upon hearing that, Lu Jian nodded and said after thinking for a while, "Lin Yuan, leave the Sincere E-Caravan's matters to me." "Yuan, leave the Sincere E-Caravan's matters to me. You don't have to worry about it. I think President Li Wan will be more willing to help the Chengyi merchant team in the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce than to go out and deliver supplies." In Lu Jie's heart, Li Wan was not reliable. Even if Su Yiren kept an eye on Li Wan, it was hard to guarantee that Li Wan would not have strange thoughts. There were more than 100 people in the Chengyi trade caravan, and it was hard to predict people's minds. Mr. Zhao was grateful to Lin Yuan, but it didn't mean that everyone would be grateful to Lin Yuan. He might as well place the people from the Sincere E-Caravan in the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. At that time, the two of them could supervise each other. This kind of supervision could guarantee that the people's hearts wouldn't change. Hearing this, Li Yuan felt conflicted. From the bottom of his heart, he was unwilling to take in the Qingyi merchant caravan. But Li Yuan was in no position to refute such a suggestion. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan smiled and said to Lu Jie, "Brother Lu, please take care of the Qingyi caravan. Just in time to wait for me to finish my business here. We'll go back tonight. There's only a month left. I should go into seclusion to improve myself." Upon hearing that, Lu Jie immediately thought of the Radiance 100 sequence selection that would start in less than a month. Lu Jie's expression became serious, and he said to Lin Yuan with an abnormally cautious tone, "Lin Yuan, with so many factions gathered this time, there will definitely be people who want to play some tricks. When that time comes, we'll have to rely on you and Gao Feng to hold the fort." Su Yiren, Li Yuan, and Elder Duan did not know what Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were talking about. However, the three of them knew that Lin Yuan would leave Oak City tonight. Li Yuan was very reluctant, while Su Yiren was looking forward to it. Su Yiren had found hope and was ready to go all out. Therefore, Su Yiren was very curious about where Lin Yuan would stay in the Divine Wood Federation. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Lin Yuan's expression became serious. He knew very well what Lu Jie's words meant. The Radiance Federation's majesty and the Freedom Federation's majesty would fight through the astronomical phenomenon. 2 years later, the two major federations would agree to carry out a shocking gamble. During the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the Freedom Federation's envoys would head to the Radiance Federation to observe the ceremony. Before the conflict, the Freedom Federation's envoys might not cause trouble. However, the conflict had already occurred, and the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation had completely fallen out. The Freedom Federation's envoys would definitely cause trouble for the Radiance Federation during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. By then, any small conflict between the two federations would implicate the faces of the two major federations. End of this chapter. Chapter 1439. According to convention, if a diplomatic group came to the Hui Yao sect to attend the ceremony, they would not be able to enter the Hui Yao sect. The envoys attending the ceremony could send their own federation 100 sequence members to spar with the 10 newly selected Radiance Federation 100 sequence members. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had previously studied if the Freedom Federation wanted to cause trouble. The best time to do so was in this sparring match. Therefore, he had to be prepared in advance. In fact, Lin Yuan wasn't worried about sparring with the Freedom Federation's 100 sequence members. Lin Yuan wanted to become a spirit qi professional before the Radiance 100 sequence, which was a month's time. It wasn't realistic to become an A-rank spirit qi professional. However, it was still possible for Lin Yuan to increase the strength of his phase to Diamond X. The news that Lin Yuan had posted in the purchase with no loss store had been very popular. Many experts agreed to Lin Yuan's conditions. He hoped that Lin Yuan could help his Fae survive the world cleansing through the trade. Apart from increasing the strength of Faes, the Dark Crow Withering Strike and Whale Sea Leaping Wave Strike under the Princess Sacred Sword mode had also been upgraded before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. They will all be back on cooldown. Princess was currently absorbing the World Crystal of the Prismatic Tortoise. When the princess finished absorbing the World Crystal of the Prismatic Tortoise, he still had 3 World Crystals. In a month's time, the princess would be able to absorb the remaining 3 World Crystals. At that time, he would be able to use 6 different sword skills at the same time. Furthermore, it was very likely that the princess's star level would break through from the current 3 stars to 4 stars. Obtain the second function. Calculating the time, Princess should be able to finish absorbing the World Crystal of the Prismatic Tortoise tonight. Soon, Li Yuan arranged a reception room for Lin Yuan. Then Li Yuan had the attendant who had come to make the announcement invite Ding Qingxua, who was still waiting in front of the Tree Fortress of Flourishing Merchant Association. Su Yiren sat next to Lin Yuan and asked about the grudge between the Lu family and Su Yiren. "Young master, I think it's best if we can get closer to Ding Qingxua. The Divine Wood Imperial Court doesn't have much control over Class 4 creation masters who have territories like Ding Qingxua. As long as we can bring practical benefits to Ding Qingxua doesn't care at all. We aren't from the Divine Wood Federation. Currently, among the direct descendants of the Ding clan, not a single one has made it into the Divine Wood 100 sequence. Ding Qingxua doesn't have the ability to enhance a high-quality bronze fey, and the Ding family has yet to rely on a Class 4 creation master clan that is stronger than us. Therefore, it is very difficult for the Ding clan to obtain resources that are at the elementary Class 4 and above. If you can give the Ding clan a future, a chance to obtain glory, Ding Qingxua will definitely be deeply grateful to you. I plan to build the first love music workshop in Oak City. If I want the love music workshop to develop at the fastest speed in Oak City, I need the support of the Ding family. I have to establish the love workshop as soon as possible and make a name for myself. Only then can I raise the absolute love poppy star rank to 10 within 2 years." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan flipped his hand and took out a pair of bronze/epic storage walnuts. After 2 rounds, he tossed the walnut to Su Yiren and said, "That's right. As I said, I'll leave the matters of the Divine Wood Federation to you in the future. When Ding Qingxua arrives, you'll have a chat with him. As for you wanting to rope in Ding Qingxua, you can give me any resources below the pinnacle Class 4 creation master level." Upon hearing that, Su Yiren could not help but think of the things in the brocade pouch that Lin Yuan had tossed to her. Lin Yuan could casually take out a bag of law crystals that contained pure power of law. He might even be able to promise Class 5 creation masters resources. However, in the Divine Wood Federation, there was no need to reveal Class 5 creation master resources. This was probably the reason why Lin Yuan set the standard for creation master resources at the pinnacle of Class 4. Su Yiren was very happy that Lin Yuan trusted her so much. On the other hand, she was even more grateful to Lin Yuan. For a prodigy like Su Yiren, what she was afraid of was never that things were difficult. She was afraid that when doing things, there would always be people who would restrict her. She would not be able to act freely. Since Lin Yuan trusted her so much, Su Yiren did not want to let him down. Of course, Su Yiren also had her own motives. Su Yiren knew that only by completing the mission that Lin Yuan gave her could she recover the Dark Continent and recover the 7 dark states. Soon, Ding Qingxua arrived at the door of the guest room. He recalled that Ding Jian had mentioned that the black-clothed youth's servant was at least a pinnacle Emperor-class expert. He might even be an Emperor-class expert. Ding Qingxua's heart was filled with nervousness. As the local tyrant of Oak City, Ding Qingxua knew far better than Ding Jian what pinnacle Emperor-class experts and Emperor-class experts meant. This meant that there was at least an advanced Class 4 creation master behind the black-clothed youth. To Ding Qingxua, there was no difference between an advanced Class 4 creation master and a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. Regardless of whether it was an advanced or pinnacle Class 4 creation master, they could bring the Ding family to the next level. After taking a deep breath, Ding Qingxua knocked on the guest room's door. Ding Qingxua heard a noble female voice coming from inside the room. "Come in." Hearing the voice coming from inside, Ding Qingxua gently pushed open the guest room's door. With just one glance, Ding Qingxua was attracted by the man and woman sitting on the sofa. Ding Qingxua could not help but sigh at the appearance and aura of the youth and woman in the guest room. they could actually suppress the divine, would imperial court saintess. This made Ding Qingxua feel that it was unbelievable. The divine wood imperial court saintess was an existence that guarded the holy wood mystic realm. Her aura and appearance were all enhanced by that mighty existence in the holy wood mystic realm. Apart from appearance and aura, Ding Qingxua also noticed that this woman was wearing purple clothes. There was also a kind of irresistible charm to it. Ding Qingxua praised in his heart while preparing to greet Su Yiren and Lin Yuan. But before Ding Qingxua could speak, Su Yiren spoke first. "City Lord Ding, please take a seat. Our young master doesn't like to talk to strangers. You can talk to me if there's anything." Ding Qingxua was undoubtedly a smart person to be able to become a Class 4 creation master. Through the way Su Yiren addressed him, Ding Qingxua knew that she was a Class 4 creation master compared to him. She valued his identity as Oak City's city lord more. However, Ding Qingxua never expected that the woman with the extraordinary aura in the room was actually the maidservant of this youth. She was actually the maidservant of this youth. Although Ding Qingxua was abnormally surprised, he did not show it on his face. After sitting on the sofa in a reserved manner, Ding Qingxua spoke. "I heard from the clan's elders about the Deep Frost Trade Association situation. After I found out about the Deep Frost Trade Association's actions, I immediately reported it to the Divine Wood Imperial Court." End of this chapter. Chapter 1440. When it came to reporting the Deep Frost Association to the Divine Wood Royal Court, Ding Qingxua carefully observed Lin Yuan and Su Yiren's expressions. Ding Qingxua thought that the two of them would be delighted after hearing the news he brought. Who would have thought that he would have miscalculated? When the two of them heard the news, their expressions didn't change at all. This meant that the youth and the woman in the room did not take the Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce and the Liu family behind it seriously at all. It looked like his plan to use the method of suppressing Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce to express goodwill to the youth had failed. However, Ding Qingxua continued. "After the Divine Wood Royal Court investigates, the Liu family behind the Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you an explanation." Although he had failed to express his goodwill, he still had to express his attitude. Su Yiren had specifically asked him what was going on with the Liu family. Su Yiren understood that Ding Qingxua was trying to curry favor with Lin Yuan. At the same time, Ding Qingxua was also testing their attitude towards the Liu family. Their attitude towards the Liu family could indirectly show the strength of their side. So, Yiren said, "The people of Oak City's Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce are all dead. The grudge between us and Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce is over. If the Liu family dares to find trouble with us after this, then the Liu family should be prepared to be erased from this world. City Lord Ding doesn't need to worry about our grudges with the Liu family." Su Yiren's tone was nonchalant when she mentioned the Liu family. Su Yiren's attitude toward the Liu family made Ding Qingxua's eyes light up. Just as Ding Qingxua was about to use another method to curry favor, Su Yiren spoke up. "City Lord Ding, our young master doesn't like people who beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." Ding Qingxua looked a little embarrassed when he heard that. Ding Qingxua did not expect that his goodwill would be seen as a waste of time. Ding Qingxua had taken the initiative to meet Lin Yuan this time with a purpose. At present, Ding Qingxua's most urgent task was to purify his main fae, the dragon-horned black turtle's bloodline. Although the dragon-horned black tortoise had dragon horns on its head and had obtained a portion of the dragon bloodline, it was still a dragon-horned tortoise. But fundamentally speaking, the dragon-horned mystic turtle was a turtle. The turtle bloodline was also a very noble bloodline among fays. Ding Qingxua was a defense class spirit chi professional. In terms of defense, the turtle bloodline was undoubtedly stronger than the dragon bloodline. Therefore, Ding Qingxuo wanted to suppress the activation of the dragon bloodline in the dragon-horned black tortoise's body and purify and evolve the tortoise bloodline at the same time. To a Class 4 low-class creation master like Ding Qingxuo, it was truly too much. This was not Ding Qingxuo's first time purifying the tortoise phase bloodline. But no matter how careful Ding Qingxuo was, every experiment ended in failure. This result was an extremely great burden to the Ding clan. It also allowed Ding Qingxuo to see where his limits lay. In order to obtain an opportunity to improve, the simplest and most effective method was to rely on a creation master that was stronger than oneself. In the Divine Wood Imperial Court, the Holy Wood Mystic Realm that opened once every 10 years would open in another 4 months. Ding Qingxuo only had the strength to make a breakthrough and rush into the top 20 seats in the Divine Wood Council. Only then would they have the qualifications to enter the Holy Wood Secret Realm. Regardless, Ding Qingxuo wanted to fight for it. If he had not coincidentally obtained news from Ding Jian about Lin Yuan and confirmed that Lin Yuan had an advanced Class 4 or above creation master behind him, Ding Qingxuo would not have believed it. Ding Qingxuo was preparing to head to Holywood City next month to see if he could rely on the Ding clan's accumulation over the past few years. He wanted to see if he could get a chance to purify the dragon-horned black tortoise's bloodline in the Holywood City's aristocratic families without sacrificing loyalty. Only by rushing into the Divine Wood Council's top 20 seats and entering the Holywood Mystic Realm would he be able to obtain a plant fey with the Holywood bloodline. Only then would the Ding clan be able to have an unfailing legacy in the Divine Wood Federation. Ding Qingxuo probed. My Ding clan has a tortoise fey whose bloodline has reached a critical stage of purification. I want to make a deal with you as long as you can help me purify that tortoise fey's bloodline. You can choose whatever you want from the Ding clan. Su Yiren's expression did not change at all. Su Yiren picked up a spirit fruit on the table and took a bite. She then shook her sleeve and revealed the bronze/epic walnut that Lin Yuan had just thrown over in her other hand. He gently played with the board. Ding Qingxuo's eyes lit up when he saw the pair of red walnuts in Su Yiren's hands. Now, Ding Qingxuo was sure that he had found the right person. However, the black-robed youth in front of him might not be interested in something that belonged to the Ding clan. Seeing that Su Yiren had no intention of replying, Ding Qingxuo made up his mind. If you are willing to help me and give me a chance to enter the Holywood Secret Realm, at that time, I can lend you the plant phase with the Holywood bloodline that I obtained from the Mystic Realm 3 times. The app I've been using recently is supported on both Android and Apple phones. Su Yiren did not have much of a reaction to Ding Qingxuo's words. Instead, Lin Yuan, who had been sitting at the side without saying anything, suddenly sat up straight and spoke. A plant fey with the Holywood bloodline. Upon hearing Lin Yuan suddenly speak and clearly express his interest in the plant phase with the Holywood bloodline, Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Ding Qingxuo said with a happy face, "In another 4 months, it will be time for the Holywood Secret Realm to open. To tell you the truth, the tortoise fey I mentioned is my main fey, the dragon-horned mystic tortoise. The dragon-horned black tortoise, am currently at the peak of Myth 2. I'm just a step away from breaking through to Myth 3. Only when the dragon-horned black tortoise's strength reaches Myth 3 and undergo body weaponization will I have the confidence to obtain the qualifications to enter the Holywood Secret Realm." The Gloom continent, where Su Yiren resided, was very far away from the Ageless continent. Naturally, he did not know what the Divine Wood Federation's Holywood bloodline plant phase were. However, Lin Yuan was born in the Radiance Federation, and the Radiance continent was the closest to the Agawan continent. In addition, Lin Yuan's master was Her Holiness Hui Yao, one of the 3 Class 5 creation masters, the Moon Empress. When Lin Yuan had contracted the desolate bloodline Fei, the Moon Empress had mentioned the Radiance Federation's desolate beast mystic realm to him. At the same time, it also mentioned the Divine Wood Federation's Holy Wood secret realm. The Holy Wood mystic realm produced plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline. Plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline might not be as powerful as Feis with the desolate bloodline, because they were plants. However, in terms of ability, they were not inferior to Feis with the desolate bloodline. Among the 3 major federations of the Agawan continent, only the Divine Wood Federation had a mystic realm. This was also why the Divine Wood Imperial Court of the Divine Wood Federation had such a weak control over experts. It was the fundamental reason why the Divine Wood Federation could still contend with the United Iron Hammer Federation. Among them, plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline played a key role. 166 Reading Network, Chapter 1441. It could be said that Lin Yuan coveted plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline. He had always thought that the Divine Wood Federation had strict control over plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline. Therefore, Lin Yuan had never thought about obtaining plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline. But now, he realized that he wanted plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline with Ding Chungshuo. It was not impossible. After realizing this, Lin Yuan replaced Zoel and took over the conversation. It's not difficult for your tortoise Fei to purify its bloodline. You said that tortoise Fei is called the dragon-horned mystic turtle, which means that it has the bloodline of a dragon species Fei. The bloodline of a dragon species Fei is an opportunity for some fish species, insect species, and snake species Feis. But for tortoises and tigers, which have extremely noble bloodlines, it is a burden. If you want the dragon-horned mystic turtle to purify a tortoise Fei's bloodline, the best way is to use pure spirit chi to stimulate the dragon-horned mystic turtle's bloodline and let the tortoise Fei's bloodline be purified on its own. It will then devour the dragon species Fei's bloodline. This is the best way to enhance and purify the dragon-horned mystic turtle's bloodline. Only Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters are able to concoct the appropriate concentration of spirit chi. Every word Lin Yuan said made Ding Qingshua's heart tighten. As a low-class Class 4 creation master, Ding Qingshua did not expect the youth in black in front of him to detect the crux of it just based on the name of his Fei. However, Lin Yuan said that only Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could concoct that concentration of spirit chi, which made Ding Qingshua feel despair. At the same time, Ding Qingshua looked at Lin Yuan as if he was expecting something. Ding Qingshua knew that the youth in black in front of him would not say so much without any basis. There must be a follow-up. At that moment, Ding Qingshua heard Lin Yuan say, "Only Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters can concoct pure spirit chi. I can provide you with the pure spirit chi that only Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters can concoct. Summon the dragon-horned mystic turtle in a while. Let me check its attributes and the laws it has comprehended. After purifying your bloodline, I can also help your dragon-horned black tortoise safely pass the world cleansing of Myth 3. In the future, we can even provide you with law crystals that are convenient for your dragon-horned black tortoise to absorb. This will allow your dragon-horned black tortoise's strength to increase rapidly after it reaches Myth 3. Lin Yuan's words made Ding Qingshua's breathing quicken. Just as Ding Qingshua's eyes turned red with excitement, Lin Yuan changed the topic. However, there are conditions for me to raise the strength of your main Fei and let you rise rapidly in the Divine Wood Council. I want the plant Fei with the Holy Wood bloodline that you obtained from the Holy Wood mystic realm." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Ding Qingshua felt as though all the blood in his body was instantly extinguished. It turned out that the black-clothed youth had suddenly spoken because he was eyeing the plant species Fei with the holy wood bloodline. Ding Qingxuo was more willing to trade with Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's help, Ding Qingxuo only had a very slim chance of entering the holy wood mystic realm within 4 months. However, even if Ding Qingxuo entered the holy wood mystic realm and obtained a plant species Fei with the holy wood bloodline, the holy wood mystic realm wouldn't be able to protect him. But before leaving the holy wood secret realm, the holy wood mystic realm saintess would check if the plant Fei with the holy wood bloodline had been contracted. If it was not contracted, it was not allowed to be taken out of the holy wood secret realm. Ding Qingxuo's main Fei, the dragon-horned black tortoise, had reached Myth 3 and become a pinnacle Emperor-class expert. Even if Ding Qingxuo became an Emperor-level powerhouse, he would not dare to challenge the authority of the saintess guarding the Holy Mother mystic realm. Upon seeing Ding Qingxuo's expression, Lin Yuan knew that things were not as simple as he thought. At this moment, Ding Qingxuo suddenly thought of a possibility. Ding Qingxuo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a while before speaking. I have a way to give you a chance to obtain a plant Fei with the Holy Wood bloodline. The top 10 counselors of the Divine Wood Council can lead a junior from their clan into the Holy Wood mystic realm. Although the top 10 counselors can only take away one plant species Fei with the Holy Wood bloodline from the Divine Wood mystic realm. However, the top 10 counselors can choose to share their spoils with the younger generation of the clan, and the younger generation will carry out the contract. This rule was passed 20 years ago, the last time the Holy Wood secret realm was opened. The reason is that the top 10 counselors have all participated in the Holy Wood mystic realm and obtained a plant species Fei with the Holy Wood bloodline. It was only under the urging of these counselors that we obtained the saintess' permission. When the time comes, you can come with me to the Holy Wood secret realm and take advantage of this loophole. It's just that it won't be easy for me to squeeze into the top 30 of the Divine Wood Council. If I want to rush into the top 10, my dragon-horned black tortoise will only have a slight chance if it reaches the peak of Suzerain/Myth 3. After all, the top 8 of the Godwood Council are all at the Emperor rank. I only have the qualifications to fight for the 9th and 10th seats. Ding Qingxuo looked straight at Lin Yuan. After seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Ding Qingxuo added another sentence. Therefore, if you want to obtain a plant Fei with the Holy Wood bloodline, you can only nurture me. Upon hearing Ding Qingxuo's words, Lin Yuan could not help but frown. It was impossible for him to upgrade Ding Qingxuo's main Fei, the dragon-horned black tortoise, to Emperor grade. All he needed to do was pile up the law crystals that contained pure power. It was just that this kind of investment was too great compared to upgrading Ding Qingxuo's dragon-horned black tortoise to Emperor grade. Wasn't it better to use this resource to nurture Ji Feng's main Fei? However, he was very interested in plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline. Plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline could be worshipped as the Divine Wood Federation's national protection phase. It definitely had an advantage that other Feis couldn't compare to. Su Yiren turned to look at Lin Yuan and said softly, "That's right. Young master, how about I—" Before Su Yiren could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted her mercilessly. Lin Yuan knew that Su Yiren wanted to use the absolute love poppy to control Ding Qingxuo. It would produce the love glass in Ding Qingxuo's body. Would Ding Qingxuo be controlled by Su Yiren and become a loyal dog with surging love for Su Yiren? However, once Ding Qingxuo was controlled by Su Yiren, how could he enter the Holy Wood mystic realm? When he went to fight for a seat, he would probably be discovered by other experts with sacred source life forms. By then, losing Ding Qingxuo was a small matter. Losing a way to obtain plant Feis with the Holy Wood bloodline was a big deal. Chapter 1442. In the Divine Wood Federation, the divine Wood Imperial Court's management of the feudal lords had always been loose. However, not everyone would be like Ding Qingxua, who had no sense of belonging to the Divine Wood Federation. Even a plant fae with the Holy Wood bloodline could be used as a bargaining chip to trade. No matter what, Lin Yuan's investment in Ding Qingxua must not be in vain. The best way to not lose the investment of resources was to obtain Ding Qingxua's loyalty. Make Ding Qingxua his servant. Lin Yuan looked at Ding Qingxua and said solemnly, "Use the law rune of the dragon-horned mystic turtle and issue an allegiance oath to me. I'll think of a way to let your dragon-horned mystic turtle become a creation breed within 4 months." Lin Yuan's words made Ding Qingxua suddenly widen his eyes. However, in the face of such a good opportunity, Ding Qingxua did not immediately agree. This was because Lin Yuan wanted something that Ding Qingxua had always been unwilling to give up. That was freedom. Becoming an emperor-class expert was something that Ding Qingxua did not dare to hope for in this life. However, after becoming an emperor-class expert, he could not stand at the top and summon the wind and rain. Instead, he would have to be a slave and be used by others. This made Ding Qingxua feel that he might as well stay in Oak City peacefully. It was comfortable to be a local tyrant. However, if Ding Qingxua were to reject Lin Yuan now, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. The black-clothed youth in front of him had promised to do it within 4 months. He would upgrade his dragon-horned mystic turtle, which was currently at the pinnacle of Myth 2, to a monarch-class creation breed. Ding Qingxua did not dare to believe such a promise, but he had to believe it. It was just that within 4 months, he could upgrade a pinnacle Myth 2 fae to a creation breed. Was it really something that a pinnacle Class 4 creation master could do? Ding Qingxua was very afraid that once he refused, he would immediately be killed by the other party. The moment Lin Yuan had berated the purple-clothed woman, Ding Qingxua had felt a powerful charm. Under such extreme charm, he was afraid that his consciousness would be taken away in less than 3 seconds. Just as Ding Qingxua was in a dilemma, Lin Yuan said, "The divine wood is like a chaotic world. The divine tree is like a chaotic world. If the Ding clan finds the right direction, it's entirely possible for them to ascend to a high position in this chaotic world, gather around authority, and establish an everlasting achievement. I heard that not a single disciple of the younger generation from your Ding clan made it into the divine Wood 100 sequence. I can equip every direct descendant of the Ding clan with 2 bronze/epic faes. You will also be responsible for all the resources for the 5 young faes from normal to suzerain/myth. This way, your Ding clan can ensure that 5 members of the younger generation will be selected into the divine Wood 100 sequence. Whether the remaining descendants, who are equipped with 2 bronze/epic faes, can obtain the qualifications to enter the divine Wood 100 sequence will depend on the standard of the Ding family's patriarch. The little book kiosk that the readers used before had already been hung up. Now, basically everyone was using it. If you become my subordinate, your Ding clan will not lack any creation master resources below Pinnacle Class 4. Think about it carefully. After saying that, Lin Yuan leaned on the sofa and didn't say anything else. Su Yiren tilted her head as she ran her fingers through her hair. She looked straight at Ding Qingxua with a purple glint in her eyes. Ding Qingxua was stunned by what Lin Yuan had just said. At present, Ding Qingxua's heart was no longer conflicted. There was only disbelief. How much wealth did the black-clothed youth promise just now? No one in the world would not be tempted by such wealth. Ding Qingxua, the founder of the Ding clan, was willing to exchange his freedom for the Ding clan's eternal achievements. Moreover, from what Lin Yuan had said just now, he didn't intend to trap him by his side as a servant. Instead, he expected to bring him to the Divine Wood's core. After thinking it through, Ding Qingxua stood up. In this flourishing Chamber of Commerce's reception room, Ding Qingxua, the most honorable person in Oak City, knelt in front of Lin Yuan with reverence. He used the willpower rune of the dragon-horned mystic turtle and devoutly swore a servant oath to Lin Yuan. After Ding Qingxua swore the loyalty oath, Lin Yuan stood up. He said to Ding Qingxua, "Summon your dragon-horned mystic turtle. During these 4 months, let your dragon-horned mystic turtle stay by my side." 4 months later, the dragon-horned mystic turtle that has become a creation breed will meet you. As for the other promised benefits, they will be placed in front of you within a month. Her name is Su Iren. If you have anything in the future, just contact her. Upon hearing that, Ding Qingxua knelt on the ground and didn't get up. Then he waved his hand and summoned his main fae, the dragon-horned mystic turtle. Immediately after, an ink-colored turtle with 2 horns on its head appeared beside Ding Qingxua. It was obvious that the dragon-horned mystic turtle, which had reached the peak of myth 2, didn't choose to transform into a human form. In order to express its respect for Lin Yuan, it used its main body to complete a meeting with Lin Yuan. It also carried out camouflage. In Ding Qingxua's spiritual spatial zone, the dragon-horned mystic turtle, which was connected to Ding Qingxua's mind, knew that it had ushered in a great opportunity. Its contractor, Ding Qingxua, had become Lin Yuan's servant. In front of Lin Yuan, it also had to put on the attitude of a servant. Looking at the dragon-horned mystic turtle that Ding Qingxua had summoned, Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate this dragon-horned mystic turtle. After a probe, Lin Yuan found that this water-type dragon-horned mystic turtle comprehended the heavy water law. Among the many water-type laws, the heavy water law was considered a good law. Although this dragon-horned mystic turtle's abilities were somewhat ordinary, its 3 exclusive skills were all very outstanding. It could be seen that Ding Qingxua had put in a lot of effort in nurturing the dragon-horned mystic turtle. This dragon-horned mystic turtle's dragon horns were connected to its skull, and the 2 main dragon horns had fine horn thorns. The horn thorns were also attached to a layer of fine dragon scales. This meant that the dragon species Fey bloodline in the dragon-horned mystic turtle's body was not much inferior to that of a turtle species Fey. Lin Yuan said to Ding Qingxua, "If you're lucky, the dragon-horned mystic turtle's turtle species bloodline will devour the dragon species bloodline. This high content of dragon species bloodline may cause the turtle species bloodline to mutate, allowing your mystic turtle to become a mutated species among turtle species Fays, a black turtle." Ding Qingxua was overjoyed when he heard that, and he and the dragon-horned mystic turtle beside him expressed their gratitude to Lin Yuan one after another. Before Lin Yuan had the idea of taking Ding Qingxua as a servant, he had planned to find the law crystals of the corresponding attribute to help the dragon-horned mystic turtle improve its strength after knowing that it had comprehended the law. But now, Ding Qingxua had become Lin Yuan's servant. With the law binding Ding Qingxua, it could not betray Lin Yuan at all. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not need to hide things like law crystals from the dragon-horned mystic turtle. However, Lin Yuan could not stay in the Divine Wood Federation for a long time. He wanted the dragon-horned mystic turtle to become a creation breed within 4 months. He needed to bring the dragon-horned mystic turtle with him to nurture it. 166 Reading Network. Chapter 1443. Lin Yuan took out the artifact made from the skin and stomach of the treasure cave golden toad and said to the dragon-horned black tortoise, "Come in." After the dragon-horned black tortoise entered the treasure cave golden cicada artifact, Lin Yuan turned around and left the guest room with Su Iren. Ding Qingxua knelt on one knee on the floor of the guest room and clenched his fists in excitement. He felt that everything that had just happened was like a dream. On Lu Jie's side, after Lin Yuan and Ding Qingxuo finished talking. In less than half an hour, the Sincere E-Caravan's whereabouts were arranged. From now on, the Sincere E-Caravan's members would be completely integrated into the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. As the captain of the Sincere E-Caravan, Mr. Zhao and Li Wan would jointly manage the flourishing Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the decision-maker in charge of the flourishing Chamber of Commerce was Li Wan. Mr. Zhao was more of a supervisor by Li Wan's side. Lin Yuan took the walnut trees that Li Wan had placed in the diamond walnut. Looking at Li Wan, Lin Yuan said, "Nanmu City is not far from Oak City. Nanmu City is not far from Oak City. Compared to Oak City, Nanmu City is a border city that is next to the Iron Hammer Federation. There is currently no Chamber of Commerce in Nanmu City. The flourishing Chamber of Commerce can open a branch in Oak City." Li Wan did not think that opening a Chamber of Commerce in a small city like Nanmu City would be profitable. If there were, the other chambers of commerce would not have given up on Nanmu City after considering the situation there. However, since Lin Yuan had spoken, Li Wan would do it as her first priority. "I will arrange this matter immediately. Within half a month, the flourishing Chamber of Commerce's Tree Fortress will be established in Nanmu City." Upon hearing Li Wan's words, Lin Yuan nodded at her. Then Lin Yuan took Lu Jia, Ji Feng, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chao, and Su Yiren out of the flourishing Chamber of Commerce's Tree Fortress. They rode on Blackie's back and flew toward the underground palace. As they flew, Su Yiren felt that the surroundings became more and more desolate as the black flood dragon under her feet flew. This made Su Yiren a little curious as to why Lin Yuan would set up a base in such a desolate place. However, when they arrived at the area covered by the bone lotus, Su Yiren immediately understood. Lin Yuan wanted to set up a forbidden area at the border of the Divine Wood Continent and the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Yiren did not know what Lin Yuan planned to do next. However, once this forbidden area was mobilized, it would instantly attract the attention of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. The attention of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation had been drawn over, and the Deep Vendor Federation, which relied on trade for a living, naturally wouldn't stop. The reclusive aristocratic families of the Deep Lore Federation were bound to interfere. At that time, this forbidden area would become the eye of the storm of the entire Agawan continent. Su Yiren was not the least bit surprised by the 4 low-class dimensional rifts that had opened up in the sea of white bone lotus flowers. Since he had built such a forbidden area, he must have come prepared. If this bone lotus flower sea fed on flesh and blood, then the alien beast tide that gushed out of the dimensional rift would undoubtedly be the best food for the Bone Federation's flower sea. Since he had replaced Lin Yuan to preside over the Divine Wood Federation's work, this place would also be his stronghold in the future. It took about 3 days for Lin Yuan to make a round trip from the underground palace. Everything in the underground palace was proceeding in an orderly manner. Hu Tian instructed the Terror Claw Rock Bear to make a rock slab mixed with ironwood fragments. Hu Quan instructed the Spirit Craftsman to work while he passionately drew the design. The Orvain gnome was lazily napping in the sun while using its talent to produce floating soft silver. It only took a little over a week. The Orvain gnome had instructed the Ore Spirit to dig out more than half of the fixed spirit silver ore. Lin Yuan asked Ji Feng to go to the Orvain gnome and retrieve the fixed spirit silver ore. After Lin Yuan returned to the Divine Wood Federation, he would hand it over to Zhongzhe for production. Tonight, Lin Yuan had to instruct Su Yiren on some matters. In addition, since Hu Quan had come to the Divine Wood Federation, it had been a long time since he had had a good meal. Therefore, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie planned to have a good meal with Hu Quan tonight. They would return to the Divine Wood Federation tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan who had spent the night in the underground palace last time, had to sleep in a tent. Now, he could sleep in the underground palace. Hu Quan had specially opened up a few rooms for Lin Yuan and Lu Jie to go back and forth to the Divine Wood Federation. Although Hu Quan had not carefully sculpted these rooms in the underground palace, he had simply laid a layer of star rock. However, a simple layer of star rock was laid on top of it, and a thick layer of cashmere carpet was laid on top of the star rock. There were a few pieces of furniture made of completely jade-textured wood, and a few pots of decorative spirit plants. In terms of appearance alone, it was completely comparable to the mansions carefully built by those veteran factions in the Radiance Federation. As for the mansions that were comparable to the top factions, they could only wait for Hu Quan to completely sculpt them. Su Yiren felt as if a lifetime had passed since she lived in such a room. It was as if all the previous twists and turns and hardships were just fleeting clouds. It was as if she was sitting in her own palace on the dark continent, Lack of Desire Palace. There was also such a large bed made of completely jade-textured red sandalwood in her Lack of Desire Palace's bedroom. However, Su Yiren did not want to deceive herself. Time had changed, and she had eventually become a stray dog that had fled the dark continent. Everything she had now was all thanks to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'd already be holding that rusty long dagger and dying in the garbage dump. She would have become a delicacy for insects and scavenging rats, entering the ecological cycle. As Su Yiren felt sad, she took off her luxurious clothes that were embedded with purple caltrop crystals. She changed into a long purple gown embroidered with albizia flowers. This purple gown embroidered with albizia flowers added a touch of gentleness to Su Yiren's heroic spirit. She realized that strands of hair kept sliding down her neck and covering her eyes. Su Yiren took out a hair clip made from the bud of a myth breed sunset face flower. The bud of the sunset face flower was about to bloom, and it was pinned to Su Yiren's dyed black hair. The light weight of the hair caused the bud to spin open, and it bloomed into a dark purple trumpet-shaped flower. The sunset face flower bloomed in the morning and fell in the evening, often withering before it saw the light of day. Such a sunset face flower added a touch of sadness to Su Yiren, who had no extra decorations on her body. It was this sadness that made Su Yiren look like a seductive honey medicine. While Lu Jie was cooking outside the underground palace, Lin Yuan could not wait to return to the spirit-locked spatial zone. Just now, Princess' voice rang out in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. "Master, I have finished absorbing that big turtle's world crystal." Lin Yuan was very curious about what kind of sword skill would appear after Princess absorbed the prism turtle's world crystal. He added a sentence. "It's really not bad. It's worth it." So far, Lin Yuan had obtained a total of 6 world crystals. It could be said that the prism turtle's world crystal was the most special one in Lin Yuan's hands. When he reached the spirit-locked spatial zone, Lin Yuan summoned the princess. Lin Yuan found that there were no changes to Princess' skirt. However, there were dark raven insignia and giant whale insignia on Princess' chest. A new silver turtle insignia appeared. 166 Reading Network. Chapter 1444. After observing the changes in Princess Royal's appearance, Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate. He then used Morbius True Data on the princess to investigate her. Sacred Source Species, Source Species / Sacred Source Species, Sacred Source Species. Origin Family / Sacred Source Species, Sacred Source Star. 3 stars, Sacred Source Type. Main Water / Miscellaneous Support Functions, Frowny Face Princess Form. 1 Princess Royal Skirt. Extract the Willpower Rune from Dead Phase or Source Type items. Engrave the willpower of the Dead Fantasy Breed Phase Willpower Rune, or Myth Breed Law Crystals Law Rune on Princess Royal Skirt. At the same time, the Law Crystal that has been extracted will become a Law Crystal containing pure power of Law. Sacred sword form. One sacred sword's blade. The blade pierces the skirt and consumes the body's spirit chi to release the same type of law and willpower stored in the skirt. Sword skill, Dark Death World Raven, Withering Strike. Inject all the power in the Dark Death world into the Holy Sword. The blade of the Holy Sword will split into 28 ravens imbued with the power of Dark Death. The contestant will swing the Holy Sword to strike the 28 ravens 28 times. If the 28 strikes form a combo, each combo will trigger an additional layer of withering effect. Every 14 layers of withering will cause a withering attack on the target. The 56 withering effects formed by 28 perfect combo will cause the target to enter a true withering state. Sword skill, Vast Water World Whale Sea Leap Wave Strike. Inject all the power of the vast water world into the sacred sword, and the sacred sword will obtain the power to control water. The sword skill will be reduced or enhanced according to the current environment and size of the water body. The contractor can brandish the sacred sword to summon a huge whale in the water body. The huge whale will jump out of the water and launch a fierce attack. During the attack, the owner of the sacred sword can decide to summon the huge whale, allowing the huge whale and the huge waves created by the huge whale to freely switch between water and ice. Sword skill, Simulated World Silver Turtle Mirror Strike. Inject all the power of the simulated world into the sacred sword, and the sacred sword will obtain the ability to copy attacks. It can copy other sword skills from the sacred sword and use it against the enemy. The enemy's attack will not be stronger than the Silver Turtle Mirror Strike. During the duration of the sword skill, the wielder can decide when to release the absorbed attack. At a glance, Lin Yuan realized that after the princess absorbed the Prism Tortoise's Law Crystal, his elements were still water element and miscellaneous elements. It was no wonder. There were 2 world creation veins in the realm crystal of the giant ocean whale. There was only 1 world crystal in the prismatic tortoise. The prism tortoise was an earth-type fae. If the prism tortoise law crystal had more creation earth veins than the deep-sea giant whale law crystal, in that case, the princess's element should have changed from the current main water element/auxiliary mixed element to the main earth element/auxiliary mixed element. Immediately afterward, he went to check the newly acquired sword skills in Princess Sacred Sword mode. He discovered that after absorbing the world crystal of the prismatic tortoise, the new sword skill obtained in the Princess Sacred Sword state was called Silver Tortoise Mirror Strike. When he saw true data, the sword skill Silver Tortoise Mirror Strike was introduced. He decided to use the world creation golden beads. He had to upgrade Princess Luo Kun's simulated world to increase the power of his Silver Tortoise Mirror Strike. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Silver Turtle Mirror Strike was a very versatile sword technique. He had to rely on his stored sword skills to determine the focus of the Silver Turtle Mirror Strike. When at sea, the power of the Whale Sea Leap Wave Strike would be enhanced by the sea and receive a huge increase. In the past, when Lin Yuan faced an enemy, he could only use the Whale Sea Leap Wave Strike. Now, he could use the Silver Turtle Mirror Strike on the sea and store the Whale Sea Leap Wave Strike. He could use 2 strikes at once. If he stored the Dark Crow's Withering Strike, he could use it twice in a row. He could turn the blade into 56 Night Crows with the power of Dark Death. Each of the Night Crow's attacks would trigger a layer of withering effect on the target, and the 14th layer would cause a withering strike on the target. The effect of the 28th perfect combo would cause the target to enter the state of true withering. In the process of battle, if the enemy was too strong, no matter how strong Lin Yuan's martial arts skills were, he still could not guarantee a successful combo every time. However, if he used the Dark Crow's Withering Strike twice, no matter how the enemy dodged, Lin Yuan could easily use the True Withering Effect. This True Withering Effect was a divine skill that restrained plant phase. It could be said that he was using the silver turtle mirror strike to store Lin Yuan's original sword skill. It was the same as increasing the power of the original sword skill's effect, with 2 attacks. If Lin Yuan did not use the silver turtle mirror strike to store Lin Yuan's original sword skill, and instead used it to absorb the enemy's damage, it was the same as having a perfect defense when facing a powerful attack. Afterward, he could also return the absorbed attack, which was the same as enriching Lin Yuan's offensive means. Therefore, no matter how the silver turtle mirror strike was used, it would be a huge improvement to Lin Yuan's strength. The princess threw a world crystal that had been purified from a world crystal to Lin Yuan. She pouted and looked at Lin Yuan eagerly. Her small head kept looking at the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box on Lin Yuan's sleeve. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately knew that the princess was waiting to eat the other 3 world crystals. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "The princess is really greedy and can't stop for a moment." Lin Yuan immediately took out the other 3 world crystals from the diamond Fey storage box. The remaining 3 world crystals were the wood-type Holy Healing World Crystal in the Holy Healing White Deer's body, the fire-type Scorching Sun World Crystal in the Fierce Sun Dragon Lizard's body, the dark-type Shadow Binding World Crystal in the Shadow Binding Mysterious Snake's body. Among these 3 law crystals, the Saint Healing World Crystal was absorbed by the princess, and Lin Yuan should have obtained a healing-type sword skill. The Scorching Sun World Crystal was an elemental power offense-type sword skill. The Shadow Binding World Crystal should be a control-type sword skill. Although Lin Yuan did not need to use the sword skill in a short time, he still chose to let the princess absorb the Saint Healing World Crystal first. However, Lin Yuan still chose to let the princess absorb the Saint Healing World Crystals that he needed the most. It would take the princess 7 days to absorb the world crystal. Fortunately, the princess didn't delay her absorption of the Law Origin Crystal while she was absorbing the world crystal. Therefore, with the world crystal to absorb, the princess's star class would only increase faster and faster. After checking the princess's new sword skill, Lin Yuan confirmed the next world crystal for her to absorb. Lin Yuan had more important things to do. That was to let the princess use the earth vein golden beads that he had obtained but had not had time to use. He would let the princess use these earth vein golden beads to increase the quality of the law world. Lin Yuan took out a total of 15 earth vein golden beads that he had collected. Most of these earth vein golden beads were absorbed by the Pure Land of Bliss when he helped the Miao family nurture the Emperor-class experts. 166 Reading Network. Chapter 1445. Lin Yuan did not show any mercy to the Miao family's Emperor-class experts. The Miao family's Emperor-class Fey had evolved into a creation breed and obtained a creation earth vein. He had used Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, to absorb them all. The princess had long coveted Lin Yuan's earth vein golden bead, but Lin Yuan had not decided which law world he wanted to enhance. That was why the princess had never eaten it. When the princess saw Lin Yuan taking out the earth vein golden bead, she stretched out her finger. He gently touched the earth vein gold beads on his palm. She was like a little girl who had seen a delicious candy and was begging her father to let her have one. Upon sensing the princess' desire, Lin Yuan said to her, "Don't worry. Princess, take these earth vein golden beads and digest them. Do your best to improve the simulation world." The princess's eyes sparkled when she heard that. "Master, when I absorbed the Law Origin Crystal previously, I stored all the source-type energy because you didn't ask me to strengthen the laws. Every world creation golden bead will form the embryonic form of a world creation geographical vein when it is integrated into the world of laws. After that, I only need to use the source energy to refine the embryonic form of the world creation earth vein, and the embryonic form of the world creation earth vein will slowly grow into a complete world creation earth vein. Of course, you can also save the source energy and absorb more earth vein golden beads. That way, you can also form a complete earth vein of creation. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan chose the former without hesitation. Compared to the earth vein golden bead, it was undoubtedly much easier for him to obtain the law origin crystals. Of course, it was not difficult for him to obtain the earth vein golden bead. He gave a law crystal to those fays that had been stuck at the peak of Suzerain X/Myth 3 for several years and had been unable to advance. Those fays that had been stuck at the pinnacle of Suzerain/Myth 3 for several years had a high chance of breaking through and ushering in the creation tribulation. Among the Radiance Federation's major factions, there were many Pinnacle Emperor-class experts with Pinnacle Myth 3 fays. Therefore, he could harvest other factions and earth vein golden beads like he had harvested the Miao family's leeks. This method of obtaining the earth vein golden bead would not incur the hatred of the earth vein fae that had absorbed the creation fae. Instead, they would be grateful for obtaining these fays. This was definitely a win-win choice for Lin Yuan. Princess had already chosen 7 earth vein golden beads and fused them into Princess Luo Chang's simulated world. The moment the 7 earth vein gold beads were absorbed by the princess, Lin Yuan suddenly realized something. The silver turtle emblem on the princess's lapel originally only had an obvious golden thread on its back. And now, on both sides of this obvious golden thread, 3 silhouettes of golden threads appeared on the side. For silhouettes of golden threads appeared on the side. This meant that in Princess Luo Kun's simulated world, there was a complete Genesis earth vein. Another 7 embryonic earth veins of Genesis appeared. After absorbing the earth vein gold bead, the princess opened her eyes and said to Lin Yuan, "All right, let's go." Master wants to use source energy to condense the embryonic form of the Genesis Terra Meridians, but it's much slower than raising the nomological power. I don't know exactly how much source-type power is needed to condense a Genesis earth vein before I can do it. When Lin Yuan heard this, he shook his head at the princess, indicating that he was in no hurry. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, even if he wanted to, since the princess had absorbed the 7 earth vein golden beads. She was currently focusing on strengthening the simulation rules. Lin Yuan didn't let the princess absorb the earth vein golden beads and strengthen the other nomological worlds at the same time. If the other nomological worlds didn't improve, the power of the corresponding sword techniques wouldn't be enhanced. However, to condense the Genesis earth vein, a large amount of source energy was needed, and source energy was limited. Strengthening 2 nomological worlds at the same time was equivalent to splitting the original efficiency in half. Doing so would not improve the silver turtle mirror strike's stored sword technique. However, it would allow Lin Yuan to absorb the enemy's attacks to the greatest extent. After Lin Yuan was done with the princess, he wasn't in a hurry to strengthen those newly obtained walnut trees. He had obtained a total of more than 600 walnut trees from Li Wan. He couldn't finish strengthening them in a short time. Therefore, Lin Yuan summoned the flower branch rat that he had captured when he had met Su Iran. Lin Yuan was going to strengthen this flower branch rat. He was going to let this flower branch rat, which couldn't even be considered a fae, evolve into a longevity rat. However, as Lin Yuan injected spirit qi into this flower branch rat, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with it. This was because the previous flower branch rat had been evolving into a longevity rat as its fur kept shedding and growing. The color of the flower branch rat's fur had been changing from brownish gray to bright orange red. Now, the color of this flower branch rat's fur was changing to brownish black. Lin Yuan suppressed his doubts and continued to strengthen it. In just half a minute, That flower branch rat, which was originally the size of half a palm, had become a huge purplish-black rat that was 40 centimeters long in Lin Yuan's hand. Two abnormally sharp front teeth could be seen protruding from its mouth. Its hairless tail grew long fur, and its shape became flat. It looked a little like a mink fay. It could be said that this purplish-black rat in Lin Yuan's hand was almost comparable to the fattest fat orange in the 100 Questions Beast Legion. Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check this purplish-black rat. With one look, Lin Yuan realized that this purplish-black rat was called a flower branch rat. It wasn't the longevity rat that he had enhanced previously. Lin Yuan immediately reacted. He must have enhanced the flower branch rat twice. Among the two flower branch rats, one had mutated. As for whether the flower branch rat's evolution into a flower branch rat was a normal evolution or the flower branch rat's evolution into a longevity rat was a normal evolution, spread the word. I've been using it recently. Lin Yuan didn't need to think to know that the flower branch rat's normal evolution direction should be a flower branch rat. The longevity rat was a mutation that he had coincidentally encountered by chance. However, any mutation, even if it happened by chance, could be traced. The flower branch rat could mutate into a longevity rat previously, which meant that its body had the mutated longevity rat's gene. However, the amount of this gene was very small, and it was recessive and very difficult to activate. Therefore, as long as Lin Yuan continued to enhance the flower branch rat, it wasn't impossible to coincidentally enhance another longevity rat. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan was prepared to give an order to Su Yiren before returning to the Radiance Federation. He asked her to arrange for the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce to search for a large number of flower branch rats for him. The longevity rat that the flower branch rat mutated into did not have the ability to attack. However, the flower branch rat that evolved into a flower branch rat was a powerful combat class Fey. It had black and shiny fur and was not small in size, be it in terms of fur or contract. It was a good choice for the divine, with Federation's Spirit Chi professionals. 166 Reading Network. Chapter 1446. The Flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce could sell all the useless flower martins that Lin Yuan had enhanced. The divine, with Federation's Spirit Chi professionals, would probably welcome the appearance of the martin. He stored the newly enhanced flower sculpture mouse into the diamond face storage box. He came to the pure land of bliss and checked the black spirit peony that had been planted there. When helping the mother of Bloodbath awaken the celestial jade spider bloodline, Lin Yuan had used up more than half of the 500 spirit containing peony buds. Now, the flower buds that had been used up had all grown back. After absorbing spiritual energy for more than a week, these newly grown flower buds of the nightmare spirit peony were all in a half-open state. In another 5 to 6 days, the newly grown flower bud would completely close. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to pluck the flower buds and store them. At that time, he would hand it over to his master, the Moon Empress. The black spirit peony flowers that had not been used when helping the mother of Bloodbath awaken the Sky Corona Jade spider bloodline. Now, they were all closed, forming a fist-sized flower bud. Lin Yuan had come to the pure land of bliss to pluck these completely closed flower buds. After the flower of the spirit-containing peony was full of spiritual chi, if it was not taken down by someone, the black spirit peony could no longer produce new flowers. This was equivalent to a waste of resources in the spirit lock spatial zone. It took Lin Yuan almost an hour to pick the flower buds of over 200 spirit-containing peonies. Looking at the time, Lu Jia should have already prepared dinner. Lin Fan left the spirit lock spatial zone and returned to his room. After changing into a set of clean clothes, he opened the door and walked out of the room. Coincidentally, he met Sue Erin, who had just come out of her room. As he looked at Sue Erin, who was wearing a thin, light purple dress, he felt that she looked more charming in her casual clothes than in her luxurious ones. Sue Erin's features were handsome, and her temperament was like that of a seductive poppy. If she were to wear fancy clothes, the accessories on the clothes would subtly diminish Sue Erin's alluring aura. Sue Erin saw Lin Yuan and hurriedly took 2 steps forward to his side. She said softly to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, thank you." Upon hearing Sue Erin thank him, Lin Yuan raised his brows in surprise. "Thank me for what?" Sue Erin's face fell when she heard that. He looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise, thinking that Lin Yuan was joking with him. "What else can I thank you for?" "Thank you for saving me when I was in danger. Thank you for giving me hope to survive. Thank you for giving me a purpose and motivation to live on. Thank you for giving me that bag of law crystals. It allowed me to see the possibility of revenge." Sue Erin could thank him in person, but she was too embarrassed to say why she wanted to thank him. No matter what, Sue Erin was a girl. It was too embarrassing to ask Sue Erin to personally explain why she was thanking him. Upon seeing his inquisitive expression, Sue Erin immediately knew Lin Yuan, a prodigy from the Radiance, was essentially a stinking straight man. Sue Erin hurriedly averted her gaze and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Thank you for the bag of law crystals." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan revealed a look of understanding. So Sue Erin was thanking him for that bag of law origin crystals. Speaking of the bag of law crystals, Lin Yuan happened to have something to tell Sue Erin. "You're an A-rank spirit chi professional. You haven't reached S-rank yet, but your phase strength has reached suzerain/myth I. This means that you've gone through the role grade. You don't have to use the bag of law origin crystals I gave you sparingly. Spiritual type, soul type, and psychic law crystals are too rare, and such spiritual ingredients are relatively rare. You don't have to wait for the love enchanting poppy to reach myth 2. Let it absorb the law crystals. I have a lot of law crystals here. You can find me again when you're finished. If one day your strength surpasses the 7th page war, you can take back the Dark Continent by yourself. You don't need anyone's help to take back the Dark Continent by yourself." Upon hearing that, Sue Erin was shocked and touched. Sue Erin was shocked that Lin Yuan said that he had a lot of law crystals. Was that something a human would say? Were the 3 Class 5 creation masters of the Radiance all working for Lin Yuan? If there was only one Class 5 creation master working for Lin Yuan, then Lin Yuan could not have so many law crystals on hand. As for gratitude, it was because Lin Yuan allowed her to use the law crystals at will. Even if the love enchanting poppy was at myth I, it would be a waste to use the law crystals. Even if her grandmother was still alive, this was all she could do for her. She had issued an allegiance oath to Lin Yuan and established a connection with the Celestial Council's Corona Australis. Under such dual control, Lin Yuan could completely treat himself as a tool to be used. He could squeeze out all her talent. However, Lin Yuan did not do so. This made Sue Erin, who had no relatives and was alone, feel a sense of belonging to Lin Yuan and the underground palace under her feet. At the same time, Sue Erin agreed with what Lin Yuan had said. One's own strength was the absolute truth. However, the 7th page war was not a human, but a plant fae. The absolute love poppy's charm ability on plant phase was much weaker than that of humans. Moreover, the 7th page war had 2 sacred source life forms. At least one of them was a 10-star sacred source life form that could trigger a celestial phenomenon. Moreover, the 7th page war could kill all of his grandmother's fays within 100 moves. It proved that Seventh Page War's strength had definitely reached that level. This made Su Irin feel a deep sense of helplessness. At that moment, Su Irin heard Lin Yuan continue speaking. If you comprehend a new willpower rune during the process of raising the sacred source lifeform's star rank, I will provide you with bronze/legend love framing poppy. The gap can be closed with hard work. As a gloom envoy, you should know that no matter what, you should never stop running. Upon hearing that, Su Irin, who had been a little discouraged, clenched her fists tightly. Even if the chances were slim, he still had to try. Otherwise, how could he face his grandmother? How could he be worthy of he who died to protect him, and the people of the 7 dark states who were currently living in the heat? Su Irin said softly after a moment of silence. Lin Yuan, I wish to make a trip to Oak City tomorrow. Firstly, I don't have anything to do in this underground palace. After all, this forbidden area hasn't taken shape yet. Secondly, I wish to choose 14 exiled women from the abandoned district of Oak City. Nurture them into 14 millet fruits. In fact, it was very easy for Su Irin to nurture 14 millet fruits. She could find people anywhere. Su Irin could even use the relationship between the flourishing Chamber of Commerce and the Ding family to find 14 talented young women. However, Su Irin did not do so. ABC, Chapter 1447. Su Irin had been redeemed in Oak City's abandoned city district. She had seen light in that abandoned gray world. Therefore, Su Irin wanted to redeem others in the same place. In addition, the women exiled from the abandoned city district were generally strong-willed. They had tenacity and strength that ordinary women could not compare to. Such women would become the 14 millet fruits and go to the 14 cities to build love houses. On one hand, they would be able to stay true to themselves when facing the temptations of the world. On the other hand, their bitter experiences would let them know that they had to constantly improve their dancing and singing skills. Su Irin did not care about the appearance of the 14 women that she had chosen in the abandoned city district. The moment the absolute love poppy used its ability to contract them as millet fruits, these women's appearance and aura would change under the absolute love poppy's transformation. They would all become beauties that could charm all living beings. Lin Yuan naturally would not object to Su Irin's request to search for the 14 millet fruits tomorrow. The distance between the underground palace and Oak City is almost 2,000 li. You don't have a contract with a flying fae, so it's not convenient to go back and forth. I'll prepare a pinnacle diamond snow-necked swan for you tomorrow morning. Although the snow-necked swan doesn't fly as fast as Blackie, it's enough to go back and forth between Oak City and the underground palace. Lin Yuan currently used pure spirit chi to enhance a pinnacle diamond snow-necked swan, and it would take at least half a month. Therefore, Lin Yuan could not personally nurture a pinnacle diamond snow-necked swan. However, Genius and the 100 Questions Beast Legion could. There were many high-quality bronze fays in Lin Yuan's diamond fay storage box. He had caught these fays a few months ago when he went to the endless forest for wild harvesting. He had long since enhanced them, but he had not found a suitable home. Among these fays, the most suitable for a flying fae was the snow-necked swan. However, this snow-necked swan was still at bronze/epic. Of course, after handing it over to Genius, this bronze/epic snow-necked swan would become a diamond X/legend existence the next morning. Su Irin wanted to express her gratitude again, but Lin Yuan stopped her. However, she suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had asked her why she wanted to thank him. She was afraid that he would ask the same question again after thanking her. As a result, Su Irin did not even thank him this time. Since he had become Lin Yuan's subordinate, it was better to do things for Lin Yuan than to thank him. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the underground palace, he smelled the alluring barbecue aroma. Upon smelling the aroma of the barbecue, Lin Yuan's stomach instantly growled. Lu Jia roasted a whole platinum blackback mountain boar. It was not easy to nurture a blackback mountain boar to the platinum level. However, the deliciousness of the platinum blackback mountain boar was simply incomparable to the silver and gold blackback mountain boars. The platinum blackback mountain boar that Lu Jia roasted weighed at least 100 kilograms of meat. Lin Yuan and the others simply could not finish it. Lu Jia was currently sprinkling sea salt and black pepper on the golden yellow blackback mountain boar. Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao stood beside Lu Jia and stared at the sizzling blackback mountain boar. Xiao Hua was fine, but he kept swallowing his saliva. Xiao Cao's saliva directly flowed out of the corner of her mouth and dripped from her chin onto the white lapel of her clothes. It formed a fist-sized saliva stain on the white lapel. Hu Quan held a brush and kept brushing honey juice on the blackback mountain boar's buttocks. Compared to the petrol black pepper flavor, Hu Quan still preferred the honey flavor. Among the blackback mountain boar's meat, Hu Quan was most interested in the firm back mound meat. Looking at this huge blackback mountain boar, Lin Yuan said to Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, go and call Hu Tian and those spirit craftsmen over." "Uncle Hu, go and call Hu Tian and those spirit craftsmen over. I'll leave half of this blackback mountain boar for them. Everyone has worked hard for so long. Come and have a good meal." Upon hearing that, Hu Quan, who was brushing honey juice on the back mound meat, stood up and said to Lin Yuan with a smile, "Okay, I'll call that group of brats and that Hu Tian, who only knows how to slack off at work, to come over for a meal." Hu Quan was a boorish person and had never bothered with trifles. Even if he was reading a book, he would never do it behind anyone's back. However, even a boorish person like Hu Quan understood how big the gap between Lin Yuan and those spirit craftsmen was. At that moment, Lin Yuan could think of those ordinary spirit craftsmen and was willing to call them over for a meal. It was enough to see that Lin Yuan was a person who could empathize with his subordinates' hard work. Lin Yuan's entire body was glowing, making it difficult for Hu Quan to shift his gaze away. In less than half an hour, this blackback mountain boar, which weighed more than 100 kilograms, was eaten by everyone until only the bones were left. One of the thighs was being held by Hu Tian, who was gnawing on the tendons attached to the bones with a crunching sound. Hu Quan glared at Hu Tian fiercely. This Hu Tian relied on the fact that he was an emperor-class expert and could circulate spirit qi to speed up the digestion. He ate at least 80 kilograms of meat and went to the toilet 3 times in between. How could someone be so shameless for the sake of eating? Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao had never eaten such a delicacy. Lin Yuan was afraid that Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao would have indigestion, so he specially took out some sweet and sour plums when they were eating the meat. Lin Yuan and the people in the underground palace were happily eating the blackback mountain boar. However, it was currently a cold winter on the Deepwood Federation's side. The Divine Wood Federation's 4 seasons were hot, and the Iron Hammer Federation's further north, the weather got colder. In the central region, the Iron Hammer Federation's weather had already started to snow. However, to the north of the Iron Hammer Federation, the Deepwood Federation was by the sea. It was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was precisely because of this climate that the Deepwood Federation's land was not suitable for growing food. This allowed the people of the Deepwood Federation to embark on the path of establishing merchant associations and caravans. It was also because the Deepwood Federation's spirit chi professionals chose this path that the Deepwood Federation's wealth became the top of the 3 major federations in the Agon continent. Those reclusive noble clans that controlled the Chamber of Commerce were all extremely wealthy. Among them, 4 of the Deepwood Federation's hidden noble families were the most powerful and the most mysterious. Most of the hidden noble families had received funding from these 4 hidden noble families. Of course, the funding from these 4 hidden noble families wasn't free. Most of the Deepwood Federation's hidden noble families had their shares taken by these 4 hidden noble families. These 4 reclusive clans had absolute authority in the Deepvender Federation. However, at this moment, the family heads of these 4 hidden noble families were all kneeling in front of a strange bloody ball of flesh. On the throne that was embedded with jewels, the strange ball of flesh that was badly mutilated was trembling slightly. Cold sweat covered the foreheads of the 4 great reclusive clans as they knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with terror. ABC, Chapter 1448. The heads of the 4 reclusive clans didn't even dare to exchange glances with each other. They were afraid that they would incur the displeasure of the strange meatball on the throne. At that moment, a clear and tender voice came from the blood-colored meatball. The clear and tender voice made one feel as if they had heard the truth. The 4 of you have been developing in the Deep Brahmin Federation for so many years, but you have only managed to obtain so few law crystals for me. Moreover, most of the law crystals are just fragments. Tell me, how should I punish you? Upon hearing this, the heads of the 4 great hidden clans kowtowed, as if they were pounding garlic with their heads, begging for mercy. Lord Truth, it's not that we didn't work hard. There aren't many myth breed and creation breed phase in the entire Agon continent. Moreover, the experts of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation don't like to leave their court. It's not good for us to target experts who build cities outside. Once a large number of experts die in these cities, the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation will definitely investigate. When that happens, the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation will find some clues and ban the Deep Brahmin Federation's chambers of commerce from opening. We will no longer be able to gather wealth for Lord Truth. Just as the 4 reclusive clan heads were explaining themselves, a crack appeared on the huge meatball on the throne. A fair-skinned, silver-haired boy appeared from the opening. The silver-haired Shota's gaze was naive as he sized up the 4 reclusive family heads. However, it was this naive gaze that landed on the 4 family heads. However, it caused a thick layer of goosebumps to appear on the bodies of the 4 reclusive clan heads. Just as the 4 family heads thought they were about to be punished, a voice that sounded like the truth spoke. He. My sacred source life form is the hardest to raise among the 8 pages of the Pagoda Canon. He. My sacred source life form is the hardest to raise among the 8 pages of the Tower Canon. As he spoke, the silver-haired boy touched the back of his neck. There was a palm-sized scar, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Once my sacred source life form reaches 10 stars, I will finally settle the score with the Radiant Moon Empress and the Night Empress. When my sacred source life form reaches 10 stars, I will settle the score with the Radiant Moon Empress and the Night Empress. A few days ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the sun. The heavenly spirit of the sun has reappeared. It's time to collect the heavenly blessed crystals that I didn't manage to obtain before once my sacred source life form reaches 10 stars. It wasn't the first time the 4 hidden noble family heads had heard of the silver-haired Shota in front of them. It was as if he was talking to himself in a dream. But the more they heard, the more afraid the 4 hidden clan heads became. Suddenly, the 4 reclusive clan heads heard the silver-haired boy's tone turn cold. You guys are too slow in collecting law crystals and world crystals for me. Since the experts of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation do not like to leave the royal court, then let the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation have a war that no expert can stay out of. I will give you 4 months. After 4 months, I will wake up again. I want to smell the smoke of war and come to deep Brahman. Otherwise, you four useless people can be my clothes." As he spoke, the silver-haired boy reached out and patted the meatball behind him. The four hidden, noble family heads hurriedly responded with trembling voices. "Lord Truth, we will definitely complete the task you have entrusted to us." It was only when the four secluded family heads retreated from the strange tower that they dared to let out a sigh of relief. The four hidden, noble family heads looked at each other. They understood that Lord Truth was now beginning to put in place the arrangements he had made in the past. In Lord Truth's eyes, all the experts of the Agawan continent were goo worms. It was for the sake of raising Lord Truth's life form to 10 stars. The Agawan continent would be in chaos at this moment. After eating the barbecued meat, Su Iran came to Lin Yuan's room and specially invited him to chat for a long time. As Su Iran was helping Lin Yuan with the matters of the Divine Wood Federation. Therefore, in order to complete the task beautifully, Su Iran had to fully understand Lin Yuan's goals and plans. Through the conversation that night, Su Iran's view of Lin Yuan kept changing. Looking at Lin Yuan seriously talking about his ideas and goals, Su Iran had a feeling that a gentleman's words could cover thousands of miles of clouds. From Lin Yuan's words, Su Iran knew that Lin Yuan had an organization called Sky City in his hands. Sky City was using the sacred source life form called the Celestial Body Council to plot against the entire origin world. Su Iran could not help but have a question in her mind. Was this the bearing of a prodigy from one of the 3 major states? Su Iran had never been to the Radiance Federation before, but the former Dark Envoys of the Dark 7 states had visited the Radiance Federation. After the former Dark Envoys returned, they had told Su Iran about the Radiance Federation. Just the existence of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters had made Su Iran understand, as one of the 3 major federations, how prosperous was the Radiance Federation. But even if it was prosperous, it was impossible for everyone to have the vision and goal to plot against the entire origin world. One must know that for many geniuses of small federations, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to walk out of their own federation when they were surrounded by the sea. During their conversation, Su Iran had mentioned the Radiance Envoy and the Myriad Nations Conference twice. Although Lin Yuan did not give her a definite answer, he did not deny it either time. Su Iran was certain that Lin Yuan was the current Radiance Envoy. Otherwise, he would compete for the position of the next Radiance Envoy. After analyzing Lin Yuan's situation, Su Iran felt that the latter was more likely. After all, Lin Yuan was too young at 17 or 18 years old. On the way back, everyone rode on Lin Yuan's phase. Su Iran was a Class 3 Creation Master and could easily sense that the Black Flood Dragon was a diamond/fantasy breed fae. He already had such strength at the age of 17 or 18. It would not be a problem for him to compete for the Radiance Envoy position in 2 years. When Su Iran had reached his current strength, she had already been 23 years old. Su Iran, who understood Lin Yuan's goal, left his room. Lin Yuan had previously consumed the geocentric jade milk and cleansed his body. After cleansing his body, Lin Yuan no longer needed to sleep for 7 or 8 hours every day. He only needed 2 or 3 hours of sleep to maintain his best mental state. Lin Yuan, who was not in a hurry to sleep, went to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and enhanced the walnut trees. That night, he upgraded all 5,500-year-old object storage walnut trees to bronze/legend. In the end, he harvested 1,287 pairs of bronze/epic walnuts. ABC, Chapter 1449. After putting the matching walnuts in a brocade box, Lin Fan put the walnuts into it. He arrived at the swamp world through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan, who had just arrived in the swamp world, saw a genius commanding 5 spirit craftsmen to help plant walnut trees. A tall, 3-meter-tall humanoid crocodile, wearing crocodile armor, was digging a hole in the ground with both hands. The 2 Medusa demons watched as the spirit craftsmen buried the walnut tree into the pit and filled it with soil. The snake's tail wrapped around the walnut tree from both sides, and it used its strength to break the tree trunk. In an instant, the tree trunk of the grotesque walnut tree was perpendicular to the ground. When Genius sensed Lin Yuan's arrival, it quickly ran over. It gently scuttled along Lin Yuan's leg to his shoulder. Genius, who was on Lin Yuan's shoulder, habitually rubbed its head against Lin Yuan's cheek. Genius spoke to Lin Yuan in a childish voice. "Lin Yuan, ever since you had the intention to nurture a walnut tree that could accommodate things, Smart let Fatty Orange and the others start stockpiling solutions that can help increase the quality and grade of the object storing walnuts, as well as spirit fluids that can help plant phase bear fruits and accelerate fruit ripening. The spiritual liquid we have now should be enough for more than 200 walnut trees." Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Genius' little head before replying, "Don't worry. Smart, I have 50 walnut trees that are more than 500 years old. Cultivate the walnut trees that are more than 500 years old. Cultivate them to diamond level as soon as possible and let them bear walnuts. I still have more than 600 300-year-old walnut trees left. I'll let you plant them after I upgrade them to bronze/epic. This way, we can maximize the quality of the walnuts they produce after they advance to the diamond rank." Genius nodded. "Lin Yuan, Genius feels that we don't have enough manpower to develop the swamp world. We need some people who can do manual labor in the swamp world." Lin Yuan scratched Genius' nose and said, "That's right. Smart. When I return to the Radiance Federation, I'll be able to resolve this matter soon." Soon, the number of people in the swamp world will increase. He had previously discussed with son Ningxiang about dividing a large piece of land in the swamp world to cultivate all kinds of production-type spirit plants. During this period of time, Sun Ningxiang had been recruiting workers in the Radiance Federation who could live in seclusion. At that time, Lin Yuan could select a portion of these workers to help Genius. In addition, when Class 3 spirit craftsmen built houses, many of the jobs could be done by non-spirit craftsmen. If someone could help these Class 3 spirit craftsmen, their work efficiency would increase. Otherwise, if Genius wanted to plant a walnut tree, he would have to seek help from the Medusa demon and the Class 3 spirit craftsmen. It was such a waste of talent. As for that half-man, half-crocodile creature, it was probably by Xian, the sinful crocodile, an apostle who had used his innate talent to transform into an apostle. These swamp crocodiles that had transformed into humanoid forms had strong bodies and great strength. It was most suitable for him to stay in the territory and do some hard work. Genius took the diamond face storage box that contained the walnut tree from Lin Yuan and prepared to continue planting the walnut tree. Just as Genius was about to jump off Lin Yuan's shoulder, Lin Yuan suddenly hugged Genius. Lin Yuan took the snow-necked swan out of the face storage box and said to Genius, "Genius, raise this snow-necked swan's grade to diamond tonight." Lin Yuan took the snow-necked swan out of the face storage box and said to Genius, "Genius, raise this snow-necked swan's grade to diamond tonight." So Irin needs a flying fae as a means of transportation, and this snow-necked swan is just right. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Genius immediately agreed. "Lin Yuan, don't worry. Genius has stored plenty of spirit liquids. Genius will raise this snow-necked swan's grade before daybreak." After Genius went to the breeding room to work, Lin Yuan searched around but did not find the slaughter sky butterfly in the territory. Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to contact the purple firmament and found out that the slaughter sky butterfly and the purple firmament had been searching for swamp soil around the territory. The The slaughter sky butterfly found out from the purple firmament that Lin Yuan was looking for it. The slaughter sky butterfly quickly brought the purple firmament back to the territory at full speed. In less than 40 minutes, the slaughter sky butterfly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan asked the slaughter sky butterfly, which was in front of him, "Slaughter sky butterfly, have you formed a contract with your sacred source life form?" The predator sky butterfly replied, "Lin Yuan, I want to form a contract with the sacred source life form at a later time. The territory is currently lacking swamp soil. A few days ago, the Medusa demons went out to collect swamp soil and encountered danger. One of the Class 7 Medusa demons that went out to look for swamp soil encountered a Class 7 swamp ripple water serpent. The Medusa demons were ambushed by the Class 7 swamp ripple water serpent and eventually perished together with it. Therefore, I asked the Medusa demons not to go out to collect swamp soil for now. I informed Bai Yen to build a line of defense in the territory's periphery. This line of defense only allows swamp crocodiles, Medusa demons, and Medusa monitor lizards to pass through. I asked Bai Yen to send out subordinates to eliminate dimensional life forms that are Class 7 and above from the outside, purple firmament, and I will collect swamp soil according to the distribution of the swamp crocodiles while clearing dimensional life forms that are Class 7 and above from the inside. I want to deal with these matters first before forming a contract with the sacred source life form. Otherwise, if I form a contract with the sacred source life form now, it will definitely affect the swamp world's development." According to the slaughter sky butterfly's words, Lin Yuan understood that the slaughter sky butterfly did not absorb the sacred source life form for the sake of the swamp world's development. This was the slaughter sky butterfly's kind intentions. Lin Yuan did not ask the slaughter sky butterfly to form a contract with the sacred source life form's marrow as soon as possible. Lin Yuan had to return to the divine Wood Federation the next morning. Right now, Lin Yuan was very curious about the sacred source life form that would form a contract with the mother of bloodbath's marrow. After returning, Lin Yuan had to help Ji Feng form a contract with the sacred source life form. After communicating with the slaughter sky butterfly for a while, Lin Yuan called for Shi Teng, Wendy, and Bai Xian. Lin Yuan realized that Shi Teng's growth rate was the fastest. Now, Shi Teng had 4 believers and 3 blessings. His cultivation had risen to the Type 8 realm. It would not be long before he could advance to Class 9. Shi Teng's strength had risen so quickly because all the Medusa demons had done their best to help Shi Teng lure the Medusa monitor lizards. The Medusa monitor lizards that had been lured over had ultimately become nutrients for Shi Teng to increase his strength. As Wendy had ready-made snake species phase, she relied on the snake phase venom. Wendy's strength had risen to Class 4. At the same time, she had taken in 1 favored believer and 2 believers. ABC. Chapter 1450. It hadn't been long since Bai Yen became an apostle, so his cultivation level had only risen by 1 level. Currently, Bai Yen, who was at level 3, had a believer and a favored believer. Lin Yuan knew that the 3 little fellows in front of him had never stopped moving forward. After spending some time with Shi Teng, Wendy, and Bai Xian, Lin Yuan left the swamp world. On the eve of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lin Yuan did not intend to invest any more energy in the swamp world. After the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, Lin Yuan planned to take Bai Yen to the Myriad Palace in the Marsh East Circle to take a look. He wanted to see if he could exchange for some high-quality source-type items or even sacred source life forms. After leaving the swamp world, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Yuan handed the snow-necked swan, which Genius had upgraded to Diamond X/Legend, to Su Iren. Then Ji Feng, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chao, and Lu Jie entered the treasure made from the skin and stomach of the treasure cave golden cicada. He then stepped into the spatial tunnel and appeared in the return from faraway mansion's underground space. Lin Yuan, who had fallen on his but rubbed his messy head, the discomfort of long-distance teleportation was even more painful than when he had drunk the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to wash away the impurities in his body. After recovering from his discomfort, he immediately released Lu Jie, Jifeng, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Chao. As for the dragon-horned black tortoise that had been staying in the treasure cave golden toad, Lin Yuan let it continue to stay there. He did not mind exposing the law crystals that contained pure power of law to the dragon-horned black tortoise. However, he did not want the dragon-horned black tortoise to know that he was not from the Deep Lush Federation, but the Radiance Federation. Upon seeing Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao looking around curiously, Lin Yuan said to them, "Let's go. Xiao Hua, Xiao Chao will be at your new home soon. From now on, your big brother Lu Jie will always cook for you. Your big sister, when you will always make new clothes for you. I'll ask big sister when you to arrange 2 rooms for you. You can tell big sister when you how you want to decorate the rooms." When Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao heard that, their eyes revealed childish admiration. Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao were born with difficulties. They were the 2 most tragic lives in the Divine Wood Federation. They could only rely on each other and had long since regarded each other as the most important people in their lives. The yin-yang chaotic butterfly allowed little flower and little grass to experience what it meant to be parted forever. In such a situation, Lin Yuan had not only saved the flowers and grass, but he had also saved their lives. It was equivalent to saving the souls and emotions of Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao. From Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao felt warmth and the feeling of being taken care of. When Lin Yuan said the word family, Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao were sure that this big brother who had saved them treated them as family. Flowery held Xiao Cao's hand tightly, and Xiao Chao clenched her fists tightly. These 2 children from the divine would knew that they finally had a home. After leaving the underground space and returning to the main residence, he saw a huge book flipping rapidly in the room. Faint golden paper flew all over the room. When the golden pieces of paper fluttered in the air, there was still nothing. But by the time it landed, the paper was already filled with neatly written words. Lin Yuan knew that when you was using the source paper's exclusive skill, the Heaven Listening Mystic Manual. However, when Yu's current appearance of the Heaven Listening Mystic Canon was very different from the appearance of the Heaven Listening Mystic Canon in his memory. It seemed that when Yu had gone to the Radiant Moon Palace with Mystic Moon's help, and the source paper had undergone a tremendous change. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius True Data to check the flying source paper. Fey name, source paper, paper flower, Fey species, elemental/paper, Fey grade, diamond. 10, Fey type, would Fey quality, fantasy V abilities, frowny face paper dance, turn the body into flying paper pieces. The paper pieces are immune to physical damage, but the effect is doubled when facing elemental damage. The transformed paper pieces have a flashing effect that is triggered once every 3 seconds and can flash 20 kilometers in a general direction. Paper crane packed, condense paper into a paper crane. The paper crane can deliver specific messages. The paper crane records the aura of the recipient. If the person without the aura of the paper crane receives the paper crane will automatically burn. The paper crane has a flashing effect that is 30 times that of the paper dance. Mental thought letter. The paper piece absorbs the target's blood and forms a temporary contract with the target. The person holding the mental thought letter can communicate with the paper through telepathy. The words in the heart will automatically appear on the paper, and the person holding the mental thought letter can check the words that appear on the paper together. Faceless paper. The paper is attached to the target's face and can change the target's face at will. If the source paper is not destroyed, even if the target is killed, the illusion paper attached to the target's face cannot be destroyed. Paper flower funeral. The paper is folded into a flower. When the flower falls on the target, it will form a mark on the target's body. Even if the target is invisible in a clone or in elemental form, it will be able to sense the target through the paper flower mark. Myriad paper bearer. The paper can be disguised as a human, fae, mountain, city, sea, or even the sky. Under the disguise, the object hidden behind the paper bearer will be in an absolute defense state. Exclusive skill frowny face heaven listening secret manual. The contractor's body will turn into a secret manual. The secret manual will raise the flying paper, and when the secret manual is flipped, any subtle sensations can be recorded on the flying paper. Reality paper. Under the flying paper dance, use soul power to condense a piece of paper that can detect the truth. When asking the target a question, if the target's words are true, the paper will be folded into a paper flower. If the detection is false, the paper will shatter. After checking, Lin Yuan found that the source paper's strength had been raised to Diamond X/Fantasy V when he was not a spirit chi professional who was good at combat. However, when Yu's current comprehension and equipment had reached the pinnacle of the younger generation. However, compared to the change in the source paper's grade, what really surprised Lin Yuan was the change in the source paper's ability. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the source type item, the source paper, was even comparable to most sacred source life forms in terms of function. Lin Yuan had to admire when used source paper. It was simply too powerful. Previously, the source paper's strength was reflected in the collection of information and the confidentiality of information exchanges. Now that the source paper had been promoted to Diamond X/Fantasy V, its ability had been strengthened on the original basis. The newly obtained ability also enriched the source paper's functions. ABC. Chapter 1451. The source paper had been promoted from bronze to diamond. The abilities of the normal paper dance and the elite paper crane pact did not seem to have changed much. However, the functions were not the same as before. The effect of the source paper skill, paper dance, was to trigger a flash every 5 seconds. Each time it was triggered, it could flash 3 kilometers away, depending on the direction. Now, the flash effect would be triggered once every 3 seconds, and it would flash 20 kilometers in a fixed direction. The paper dance was originally when use escape and displacement ability. Now, the speed of the paper dance had increased from 36 kilometers per minute to 600 kilometers per minute. This speed was almost 20 times faster than before. This speed could make it easier for Wenyu to escape when facing danger. When facing some powerful enemies that used elemental attacks, it was often difficult to escape from the elemental attack's range within 3 kilometers. However, 20 kilometers was already a large extent for one to escape from the attack's range, apart from the escape effect, just in terms of traveling speed. At a speed of 14,400 kilometers per hour, it could almost catch up with some myth-breed flying-type phase. It was said that quantitative change produced qualitative change. Source paper's normal skill, paper dance, was a perfect example of this. As for the elite paper crane pact, it completely relied on the normal paper dance's ability. In his opinion, the paper crane pact had similar functions to the messenger pigeon. However, it had more confidentiality effects than the messenger pigeon. The only drawback was that the paper crane's flying speed was too slow. The original paper crane pact speed was 10 times that of Wenyu's paper dance. When it was at bronze, Wenyu's paper dance's speed was 864 kilometers per hour. The paper crane pact speed was 8,640 kilometers per hour. This speed was already very fast for traveling. However, it was difficult to ensure the timeliness of the message. It was far more convenient to make a phone call. However, when you used the paper crane pact, the speed of the paper crane reached nearly 450,000 kilometers per hour. At this speed, when you wanted to send a message to the Radiance Empire's major cities, even Cloudpool City, which was the furthest from the royal capital, could be guaranteed to reach within 3 hours. It could be said that with just the paper crane pact, Wenyu's message delivery speed was already comparable to a top faction like Ostrich Logistics. The effect of the pact of the paper crane skill ensured that any message sent from within the Sky Castle would be absolutely confidential. Through the paper crane pact, when you could give orders to the white-clothed servants everywhere in the Radiance sect at any time. As for the source paper's silver ability, Mental Message Letter, it was a divine ability with extraordinary strategic significance in Lin Yuan's opinion. After he went to the Divine Wood Federation, he could not contact the Radiance Federation. This was because a technological product like a mobile phone before the spirit energy revival could not cross the vast ocean. However, with the mental thought letter, he could contact Hui Yao through it. He planned to ask Wenyu if it was difficult to create a mental letter. If it was easy, Wenyu could create more telepathic letters. Then, he gave one to every core member of Sky City. After that, everyone would be able to communicate through telepathic letters, excluding the effect of the telepathic letter on a force under some special circumstances. Telepathic letters were also extremely useful. Lin Yuan had heard from his master, the Moon Empress, that the various Federation envoys would compete on the same stage during the Myriad States Conference. During the competition, many aspects of a Federation envoys team would be comprehensively considered, not just their combat ability. Among them, there was a team survival in the wild. At that time, each Federation's envoy could bring 2 members of the Federation Night Order. Each Federation's 5 envoys would act separately and be teleported to a random location in the wild. At that time, there would be a big chaotic battle involving 1,000 geniuses. To ensure that they would not be besieged and eliminated, the best way was to meet up with their teammates as soon as possible. Wenyu's telepathic letters could perfectly become a bridge for everyone to communicate. It could be said that with this telepathic letters ability alone, Wenyu was destined to have a place in the Radiance Light Knights. The source paper's platinum ability, Faceless Paper, was a disguise ability. Those who were covered by the Faceless Paper would not be dispelled even if they were killed. As long as the source paper was not affected, the Faceless Paper would not be removed. This ability could make everyone become one person, and it could also make one person become everyone. If the Faceless Paper was attached to the face of every white-clothed follower, at that time, the Sky City's white-clothed followers would be the same. The white-clothed followers would not know who each other was. Many of the followers who joined the Sky City had families behind them. When the white-clothed followers went out on missions, it was very likely that the enemies of the Sky City would remember their appearance and take revenge afterward. With the Faceless Paper ability, the white-clothed followers did not need to worry about their families behind them when they went out on missions. At the same time, the Faceless Paper could also play a key role when protecting important people in desperate situations. Ordinary disguise phase, such as the illusory face worm, would be hit hard in the face by someone. The injured illusory face worm would automatically remove its disguise state. The source paper's gold ability, Faceless Paper, did not need to worry about this at all. The source paper's platinum ability, Paper Flower Funeral, was a reconnaissance ability. When the target was invisible, cloned, or elemental, when you could sense the target through the paper flower imprint, when you only needed to spread the paper flower funeral in a large area to find the enemy hidden in the dark. This allowed Wenyu to change from an internal affairs spirit chi professional to a spirit chi professional with both internal affairs and reconnaissance. Many reconnaissance phase could not find targets that were invisible, cloned, or elemental. The source paper's diamond ability, myriad paper, made Lin Yuan slap the table and praise it. The myriad paper gave the source paper the ability to disguise and protect. The floating island whale soared in the sky, and when you used the myriad paper to change the paper into the sky, it could completely isolate the floating island whale and protect it at the same time. However, the source paper's defense was far inferior to the floating island whale's own defense. However, when you could use the myriad paper on the paper crane pact, on the one hand, it could make the paper crane pact harder to discover, and on the other hand, it could be protected. It could avoid being intercepted on the way, causing the paper cranes to spontaneously combust, and the message could not be sent out. Of course, the myriad paper's defensive ability was not strong. A large part of it was because the source paper's grade was not high enough. If, when used source paper reached immortal, she could let it use the myriad paper to protect a large city in the Radiance Federation. If, when used source paper was lucky enough to reach immortal, she could use the myriad paper. It might be able to cover the entire Radiance Federation and protect all its land. ABC, Chapter 1452. As for the exclusive skill true paper that the source paper had obtained after advancing to a fantasy breed, it was a fantasy breed. It allowed Wenyu to use the paper condensed from her soul power to determine whether the target was telling the truth. The human heart was the most complicated. The second characteristic of the origin paper was the reality paper. Although it couldn't see through people's minds, it could distinguish between truth and falsehood. The source paper could be said to have the most powerful function among all the source type items he had seen so far. After seeing Lin Yuan, the grimoire, which was filled with countless pieces of paper, suddenly closed. Amidst the rain of paper, the huge grimoire turned into a young girl wearing a light yellow dress. Upon seeing him return from the Divine Wood Federation, Wenyu's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The woman in the light yellow dress smiled like a flower in the rain of paper. Wenyu quickly walked forward and smiled at Lin Yuan. "Young master, you're back." In the past, when Lin Yuan went to the Divine Wood Federation, she had never missed him so much. After all, when he went to the Divine Wood Federation in the past, Wenyu would only be separated from him for 4 to 5 days at most. Even though he had gone to the Divine Wood Federation this time, he still returned in 4 or 5 days. However, Wenyu had gone to the Leaning Moon Mountain and the Radiant Moon Palace. Under the guidance of his master, Xianyu, he went into seclusion. Wenyu and Lin Yuan had not seen each other for almost half a month. Wenyu had been by Lin Yuan's side and had become his assistant. Wenyu had never been separated from him for more than half a month. No one was clearer than Wenyu about the results of her seclusion this time. Wenyu still remembered the excited expression on Master Xianyu's face when her source paper had advanced to the silver grade and obtained the telepathic writing paper. From Xianyu's words, Wenyu knew that it was very likely that she had taken a shortcut by relying on the source paper's silver-level telepathic writing paper. He skipped the competition and was directly selected as a member of the Radiant Light Knights. The Radiance Federation only had 5 Radiance envoys per term. The 10,000 Nations Assembly was held once every 10 years, and the Radiance Envoy was selected once every 10 years. To put it bluntly, the Radiant Light Knights were the assistants of the Radiance Envoys. Every Radiance Envoy had 2 members of the Radiance Knights who were directly affiliated with them. It could be said that apart from the Radiance Envoys, the members of the Radiance Knights were the 10 most prominent geniuses among the younger generation of the Radiance sect. Every member of the Radiant Light Knight squad had the talent to compete for the Radiance Envoy position. His status was far above the Radiance 100 sequence members. after knowing that she might be chosen to join the Radiant Light Knights, Wen Yu was not happy about her bright future. What really made her happy was that she could stand by Lin Yuan's side in another way. Even in a meeting like the Assembly of 10,000 States, where all the federations of the origin world would participate, the Assembly of 10,000 States would be held. He could fight alongside Lin Yuan and advance and retreat together. Instead of guarding the rear and being a steward of internal affairs, Wen Yu was originally a spirit attendant of the Radiant Moon Palace, but she was almost removed from the list of spirit attendants because she was kind enough to save people. Wen Yu had reflected countless times on whether it was right or wrong to save her friend. Wen Yu had denied her own kindness countless times, and her mentality had changed. In the end, Lin Yuan gave himself an answer. Although she did not show it when she first followed Lin Yuan, she had always felt very inferior in her heart. The reason he had been chosen by Lin Yuan's side was to be a creation master's assistant. However, Wen Yu's creation master strength was still at the pinnacle of 2-star. Wen Yu's source-type life form, Earth Rush Golden Lotus, was raised to Diamond X/Legend by Xian Yu. With the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, Wen Yu was currently able to concoct Class 3 spirit liquids with her pinnacle Class 2 creation master abilities. Wen Yu, who was in her early 20s, could only be considered a genius with such a creation master. In a place like the Divine Wood Federation, they could even build their own small city. However, such an ability was obviously not enough to stay by Lin Yuan's side. However, Wen Yu, whose strength had transformed, could finally sweep away her previous inferiority complex in front of Lin Yuan. Instead, he used a confident expression to properly assist Lin Yuan. Upon seeing her smile, Lin Yuan and Lu Jia, who were familiar with her, found that her smile was a little different from before. In the past, Wen Yu's smile was very reserved. It was rare for her to be in such high spirits. However, it was undeniable that Wen Yu, who was beaming with joy, did not lose out to Su Iran at all. "Wen Yu, how is everything in the manor recently?" Upon hearing that, Wen Yu replied softly to Lin Yuan, "Young master, everything is normal here in the manor. Nothing special has happened. It's just that over the past few days, the public opinion on Star Web has been getting more and more ferocious. Most of them are discussing young master's two identities. Tian Ningning keeps asking me if I want to control the public opinion. In addition, I've seen Tian Ningning's assistant, Zhou Man. She is very capable. If I have to say a flaw, it's that she is more stubborn and not tactful enough. However, I think young master should appreciate such a stubborn and pragmatic character." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan was very clear about how turbulent the public opinion on Star Web was. This was because the power of faith in Lin Yuan's soul shrine had been rising rapidly. The one that benefited the most from this was the source water, Blue. Lin Yuan had originally thought that Blue was the fae that he had cheated the most. If Blue wanted to become a fantasy breed, it needed to comprehend a willpower rune in each of the 12 water clusters. The way the water clusters comprehended the willpower rune did not need Lin Yuan to provide it. Instead, they absorbed the characteristics of the strange water. As for the standard for whether the water clusters could absorb the strange water, it depended on the intensity of the power of faith in Blue's body. Now, Lin Yuan injected the power of faith in the soul shrine into Blue's body. Among Blue's 12 water clusters, 6 of them could already absorb the strange water and obtain willpower runes from it. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to let Blue absorb the strange water because he did not have enough top-notch strange water. In another month, Yin Lin would come to the royal capital. Lin Yuan could then obtain a lot of strange water from Yin Lin through the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. At that time, it would not be too late to upgrade Blue. According to the current growth rate of the power of faith in the soul shrine, Blue might evolve into a fantasy breed fae before the newly spirit-locked thought-soul whale. Lin Yuan didn't have a special understanding of Zhou Man. He had only heard from Tian Ningning that she was a good person. Now that Wenyu had expressed her approval of Zhou Man must be very outstanding. One must know that Wenyu was very strict with people, and she rarely expressed her approval to others. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Wenyu continue speaking. Young master, the Miao family's beast creation garden has not been quiet recently. Although they have not publicly announced their relationship with you, the Miao family has begun to move against a few veteran factions in the beast creation garden. They seem to want to use the annexation of these veteran factions to expand the existing resources of the beast creation garden. To restore the beast creation garden to its former powerful state, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. ABC, Chapter 1453. When he was on the phone with Miao Jinshan, he had said that he wanted to nurture a few more Emperor-class experts for the Miao family. Now that the Miao family had an Emperor-level powerhouse, they were naturally unwilling to maintain their current situation of being ridiculed by the various forces. The Miao family's beast creation garden was eager to establish its dominance. Those veteran factions without Emperor-class experts were naturally the best choice. As for what Wenyu had said, the Miao family was eager to restore its powerful state. That was obviously impossible. Veteran Emperor-class experts and ordinary Emperor-class experts were not the same thing. Even if the 7 newly advanced Emperor-class experts of the Miao family worked together, they would not be able to defeat Han Tianhe, who had a Class 5 creation stage for Calamity Earth Core Dragon's Nail, and Lu Yenshan, who had a Class 6 creation stage 5 Calamity Ghost Sky Beast. Lu Yenshan and Han Tianhe had to face the siege of 10 newly advanced Emperor-class experts without any preparation. With a certain amount of injuries as the price, there was a high probability that they could counterattack. Moreover, the Miao family's newly advanced Emperor-class experts' creation seed phase had been taken away by Lin Yuan. They could not be treated as ordinary, newly advanced Emperor-class experts. But this was good. Those veteran factions would not sit still when they were threatened by the Miao family's beast creation garden. Instead, they would try their best to preserve their factions. The Miao family's beast creation garden was not stupid. In such a situation, they would not provoke the veteran factions that were supported by the top factions. Those veteran factions that did not have the support of the top factions would, in order to survive, they would definitely follow the path of the Blissful Ocean tribe and seek help from Sky City. This would directly bring 2 different benefits to Sky City. On the one hand, these veteran factions would seek help from Sky City. On the other hand, Sky City could legitimately harvest the Emperor-class experts sent by the Miao family's beast creation garden and obtain the world crystal. On the other hand, Sky City would help those veteran factions survive. Those veteran factions would be grateful to Sky City from the bottom of their hearts. After Sky City was done, it could obtain a lot of benefits from these veteran factions. Public opinion on Star Web had always been temporary. The new incident was bound to take away the heat of the old incident. The Miao family's beast creation garden and Sky City would meet again in the pole arena, which would undoubtedly bring back the lost heat. This would ignite the conflict between Sky City, the Miao family's beast creation garden, and the Moon Empress disciple. The revival of the heat would allow him to harvest a large amount of power of faith again. For the current Lin Yuan, the power of faith was equivalent to enhancing his subordinate's strongest combat power. Lin Yuan was very concerned about this. He wanted to develop the swamp world and even other dimensional worlds in the future. It wouldn't do without the power of faith. Without the power of faith, Lin Yuan could no longer pretend to be the apostles' ruler. When you keep an eye on the Miao family's beast creation garden, It's the old factions that the Beast Creation Garden is targeting. They found Sky City and want to seek help from Sky City. We'll accept it. However, the premise is that we can't let those veteran forces leak the news in advance. When you replied with a smile, there's already a veteran force that has come to contact with Sky City. This veteran faction visited our Star Web faction's territory several times in one day. Before asking young Master's opinion, I didn't approach him. This old force is called the Mulberry Weaving House. Its main function is to cultivate some precious textile spirit materials. It has a good reputation. If we save the Mulberry Weaving building, Pinru and I will have an excellent supplier when we set up our clothing brand. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied, I'll leave the matter of contacting those veteran forces to you. Oh, right. Is there any movement from the Whale Ocean Trading Company? In order to meet the Radiance 100 sequence selection that was less than a month away, he had to improve his strength as much as possible. He planned to be a hands-off boss for a month when it came to faction matters. Compared to the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden, Lin Yuan was more concerned about the Whale Ocean trade. Upon hearing the mention of the Whale Ocean trade, Ji Feng's body stiffened. Ji Feng fixed his gaze on Wen Yu. Clearly, he also wanted to understand the current situation of the Whale Ocean trade. Wen Yu frowned slightly when she heard this. After pondering for a moment, he said, Young Master, I've recently done a detailed investigation into the Whale Ocean trade. I've organized all the information regarding the Whale Ocean trade in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. I discovered that although the Whale Ocean trade had not made any obvious moves in the past few years, they had been recruiting creation masters with very generous rewards. At first, these recruited creation masters would always go out to participate in some activities. It was obvious that they had received excellent treatment in the Whale Ocean trade. But gradually, there was no more news of these creation masters. Only those creation masters who had recently joined the Whale Ocean trade would be active outside. When organizing this information, I always had a question. Where did these creation masters who had been recruited to the Whale Ocean trade go? Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan glanced at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's face was filled with gloom and pain. Lin Yuan remembered that Ji Feng had mentioned the Ocean Sky lineage's situation to him. The Ocean Sky lineage's creation masters had been the first to be controlled and killed by the Whale Ocean trade's Myriad Flags lineage. Ji Feng had been able to escape death and had not been killed immediately. A large part of the reason was that Ji Feng was not a creation master. The Whale Ocean trade's treatment of the Ocean Sky lineage's creation masters showed that the Whale Ocean trade did not desire creation master resources. Since the Whale Ocean trade did not desire creation master resources, why did it need to recruit a large number of creation masters? After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yuan felt his hair stand on end. Could the Whale Ocean trade be using creation masters or creation masters' lives to achieve a certain goal? Lin Yuan felt that before the Radiance 100 sequence had started, the Radiance 100 sequence would have been much more powerful. I should bring Bai Yen to the old residence of the Whale Ocean Trading Company and investigate the details of the Whale Ocean Trading Company. Under the power of faith, Bai Yen could be said to be the #1 person under the Eternal Realm. He did not believe that the Whale Ocean Trade could achieve eternal combat power. If there was, this would be a headache for the Radiance holiness. He had originally planned to use the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden to explore the Whale Ocean's trade. Lin Yuan did not want to wait any longer. It had to be known that every creation master, regardless of their star class, was a huge asset to the Republic of Radiance. If the Whale Ocean trade was really using the lives of creation masters to achieve a certain goal, it was tantamount to cutting off Hui Yao's source and overdrafting its potential. Of course, this was just his guess based on Wen Yu's investigation. He still needed to go to the Whale Ocean Trading Mansion to find out the specifics of the actual situation. At that moment, when you suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, the biggest problem in the manor right now is the mother of Bloodbath." Lin Yun said, "The mother of Bloodbath has been very depressed because of the sacred source life form." ABC, Chapter 1454. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan raised his brows. Could it be that the sacred source life form of the mother of Bloodbath's marrow contract was not suitable for the mother of Bloodbath? In that case, Lin Yuan could only sigh. The mother of Bloodbath's luck was really too bad. The sacred source life form that Lin Yuan had given the mother of Bloodbath was a prize from the Great Knight Assembly. Lin Yuan did not know which dimensional world's apostle had died to form this sacred source life form. However, all sacred source life forms had their own functions. There shouldn't be any weak ones. Just then, a clear and melodious sound of a bell came from the staircase. This meant that someone was walking down the stairs. Lin Yuan looked and found that it was none other than the mother of Bloodbath who had walked down the long ladder. As a myth-breed fae, the mother of Bloodbath could easily sense that Lin Yuan had returned to the mansion. Even though it was very happy to see Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath's expression was still a little sad. Upon seeing the mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan waved his hand at it. He patted Flowery and Xiao Cao's shoulders as he spoke to Wen Yu. "Wen Yu, Little Blossom, and Little Grass are the new members of the manor. Take these two little fellows and choose 2 rooms to transform into bedrooms. These 2 little fellows have lived together since they were young. When arranging rooms for these 2 little fellows, try to make them face each other and not be too far away." Lin Yuan didn't tell Wen Yu about Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao's situation in front of them. He explained the situation to Wen Yu in front of Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao. Without a doubt, this was tantamount to tearing open the scars of Little Blossom and Little Grass. He would tell Wen Yu about Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao's origins, as well as the Yin-Yang Chaos Butterfly. Flowery and Xiao Cao's situation wasn't suitable for them to go to school, like Qinyu. However, Little Flower and Little Grass had also reached the age where they should be educated. Master Hongshun would arrange for Lin Yuan to be sent to Oak City's flourishing Chamber of Commerce. In another day or 2, Endless Summer's Listen would return from Indigo Azure City. With Endless Summer around, Ji Feng did not need to continue overseeing the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Ji Feng would be the most suitable person to teach these 2 little fellows. When these 2 little guys met Lu Jia and himself, they also met Ji Feng. Being with Ji Feng, these 2 little fellows were not afraid of strangers. Qin Yu went to school every day and returned to the return from Faraway Manor at night. On the other hand, Qin Luan trained beside Listen. Qin Yu was about the same age as Little Blossom. He was 5 to 6 years older than Little Grass. When Qin Yu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Cao were together, they would have one more playmate. Otherwise, when Qin Yu was in the mansion, Lin Yuan was really afraid that Qin Yu would not have any companions and would lose the fun of childhood. When Wen Yu heard this, she took a step forward and stood in front of Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao. He reached out and gently rubbed the soft hair on Flowery and Xiao Cao's heads. Lin Yuan had previously mentioned Wen Yu to Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao. She had said that Wen Yu would make nice new clothes for Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao. Both Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao remembered Wen Yu's name. Therefore, when Lin Yuan called out her name, Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao instinctively felt close to her. Wen Yu did not know why Lin Yuan had brought 2 children back from the Divine Wood Federation this time. However, Lin Yuan had said that the 2 children, Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao, were members of the return from Faraway Manor. Wen Yu simply treated Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao as her own younger brothers and sisters. As usual, when Lin Yuan brought people back and asked Wen Yu to arrange rooms, Wen Yu would immediately take them to choose rooms. However, Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao were obviously a little afraid of strangers. When you planned to comfort Little Blossom and Xiao Qiao first before taking them upstairs to choose a room. When you simply took out 2 pieces of honey made from Cinnabar's sweet osmanthus nectar from the diamond face storage box on her wrist and handed them to Xiao Hua and Xiao Qiao. After Lin Yuan handed Xiao Hua and Xiao Qiao to Wen Yu, he said to Ji Feng, who was standing beside him, Ji Feng, if you want to form a marrow contract with the sacred source life form, you need to wash away the impurities in your soul. Otherwise, there is a high chance of an accident during the process of forming a marrow contract with the sacred source life form. How about this? After lunch, I will help you form the marrow contract with the sacred source life form. Upon hearing that, Ji Feng nodded gratefully at Lin Yuan. Wen Yu brought Xiao Hua and Xiao Qiao to sit on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. She watched Xiao Hua and Xiao Qiao eat the honey while chatting with them. In just a few words, Wen Yu had eased Xiao Hua and Xiao Cao's reservations. Lu Jia, on the other hand, headed to the kitchen to prepare a proper lunch. On one hand, it was to welcome Xiao Hua and Xiao Qiao. On the other hand, Lu Jia noticed that Lin Yuan's cheeks had obviously become thinner after being out for so long. This made Lu Jia feel that, as a retainer, he had failed in his duties. In the next few days, Lu Jia was going to do everything he could to make up for Lin Yuan's lost weight. Lin Yuan stepped onto the Golden Bell spiral staircase and went to the Mother of Bloodbath. He looked at the Mother of Bloodbath's half-surprised and half-depressed expression. Lin Yuan said to the Mother of Bloodbath, "Let's go. Mother of Bloodbath, let's talk about your sacred source life form in the training room." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the depressed expression on the Mother of Bloodbath's face engulfed the surprise. At the same time, there was a hint of shame in the depression. The Mother of Bloodbath clearly remembered that the sacred source life form that Lin Yuan had given it was a reward from the Nix conference. At that time, it had just reached Myth 2, and Lin Yuan had already prepared the sacred source life form for it. The Mother of Bloodbath had not transformed into a creation breed Fae. However, since it had awakened the Sky Corona Jade Spider's bloodline, it was fully capable of forming a contract with a sacred source life form at Myth 3. The Mother of Bloodbath had been looking forward to forming a contract with the sacred source life form, but it had not expected to obtain such a strange thing. In the Mother of Bloodbath's opinion, the effect of this item was not even as good as Lin Yuan's contracted jasmine lily. This made the Mother of Bloodbath feel a little ashamed of Lin Yuan, who had given it the sacred source life form. Seeing that the Mother of Bloodbath's expression was getting more and more depressed, Lin Yuan had no choice but to comfort it since he had not seen the sacred source life form. Mother of Bloodbath, every sacred source life form has its own unique function. There is no such thing as a sacred source life form's absolute strength. You can try to see if your sacred source life form can open up a new path for your combat style. The Mother of Bloodbath could not help but say to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, my source type life form's ability is healing. It doesn't match my combat style at all. Even now, I don't know how to use this sacred source life form in battle." As the Mother of Bloodbath spoke, Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath had already reached the training room's entrance. After entering the training room, Lin Yuan spoke softly to the Mother of Bloodbath. "Mother of Bloodbath, summon your sacred source life form. ABC." Chapter 1458. Energy connection abilities had a wide range of uses. For example, genius, exclusive skill, interconnection tale, and when used thought messenger were all energy connection abilities. Genius, exclusive skill, interconnection tale used spiritual energy. When used thought messenger used spiritual energy. Jifeng used the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's sleeve bite. Two crab pincers with disintegration power extended from the ring sleeve scorpion puppet sleeves and could easily cut off these energy connections. He even used faith possession and blue fusion to enhance Bai Yen through the power of faith. It was also a kind of connection formed by the power of faith, and it could also be cut off by the ring sleeve scorpion puppet. Fortunately, Jifeng was his companion. Otherwise, if he were to suddenly encounter such an ability, he might fail miserably in an easy task. Many of the enhancement abilities of support-type phase were energy connection abilities. With just the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's sleeve bite ability, Jifeng could restrain most support-type phase. It had the effect of reverse control. As for the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's enhancement ability, it was because of its sleeve attachment state. The ring sleeve scorpion puppet could attach to the target and enhance the target. It would allow the target's every attack to contain the power of disintegration. This ability could attach to any Fey, even sacred source life forms. If the ring sleeve scorpion puppet was attached to a king-class expert's Fey, it might not have much of an effect. However, if the ring sleeve scorpion puppet was enhanced by the world's top experts, such as Her Holiness, the power released by Her Holiness would all contain the power of disintegration. The power of disintegration had a strong destructive effect on defense. The addition of the power of disintegration was enough to raise the Her Holiness combat power to a new level. In any case, Jifeng's sacred source life form, the ring sleeve scorpion puppet, was very outstanding. The ring sleeve scorpion puppet's appearance and ability reminded Lin Yuan of the dark scorpion apostle's ability when it used the holy art. At that time, the dark scorpion apostle holy art's ability was disintegration. The apostle's totem ability indeed had a fundamental connection with its ability to become a sacred source life form. It could be said that Jifeng's contract with the ring sleeve scorpion puppet made Lin Yuan understand the need to go to the Marsh World's Marsh East's Myriad Palace. On the other hand, it made Lin Yuan understand that no sacred source life form could be underestimated. Lin Yuan looked at Jifeng, who had opened his eyes, and was carefully sizing up the ringed sleeve scorpion. Jifeng, what spirit materials do you need to upgrade your sacred source life form? The ring sleeve scorpion puppet? Jifeng scratched his head worriedly when he heard that. Young master, if my ring sleeve scorpion puppet wants to increase its star level, it needs high purity dark energy and poison energy. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan secretly raised his brows. It seemed like the ringed sleeve scorpion's disintegration ability was formed from the combination of dark and poison attribute energy. If Jifeng were still the young patriarch of the Whale Ocean Trading Company's Sea Sky lineage, he naturally wouldn't need to worry about raising the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's star rank. However, as Lin Yuan's subordinate, Jifeng had no income at all. Raising a sacred source life form's star level was not something that could be done overnight. Poisonous energy was still fine, but there were countless poisonous plant phase, snake phase, and insect phase. As long as the ring sleeve scorpion puppet absorbed the sap of a poison-type plant fey, the snake venom of a venomous snake fey, and the insect venom of a venomous insect fey, it was the same as providing the ring sleeve scorpion puppet with poison-type energy. The dark type did not belong to the common natural elements like wind, water, earth, and fire. The dark type and light type energy could not be obtained through elemental pearls. Low purity dark type energy could be extracted from dark type phase blood, bones, and fur. However, high purity dark type energy was difficult to obtain. In order to obtain high-purity dark-type energy, he had to find some precious dark-type spiritual materials. Precious dark-type spiritual materials were not cheap, and it was difficult to buy them for hundreds of thousands or even millions of radiance dollars. Ji Feng felt that he could not tell Lin Yuan that he wanted to go out and earn some resources. To raise the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's star level, this was equivalent to him failing in his duties as a servant. Just as Ji Feng was thinking about how to raise the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's star level, Lin Yuan spoke. Ji Feng, it seems like I don't need to prepare anything else to raise the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's star level. Previously, the Brahma insect cage gave me a few dark crystal beetles. The shells of the dark crystal beetles contain extremely pure dark-type energy, which can be used by your ring sleeve scorpion puppet. When the time comes, I will ask for more dark crystal beetles from the Brahma insect cage. It should be enough to support the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's consumption rate. As for the poison-type energy, it is even easier to deal with. The Brahma insect cage has so many poison-type phase, so it will be a piece of cake to collect some insect poison. I will give the Brahma insect cage's young family master, Fan Hansheng, a call later. Ji Feng, you just formed a contract with the sacred source life form, so your soul should be very tired, right? You can go and have a good rest. When used source paper ability, faceless paper can change a person's appearance. It is just right for you to use. In the future, when you go out, you don't have to hide yourself from the whale ocean trade's eyes and ears. When the time comes, I will introduce Fan Hansheng to you. When you need insect poison, you can directly contact Fan Hansheng. When Ji Feng heard Lin Yuan's words, he felt a burning passion in his heart. Ji Feng did not expect Lin Yuan to not only give him a sacred source life form, but also to take care of the increase of his sacred source life form's star grade. Even his previous family could not have done more than Lin Yuan. Just as Ji Feng's thoughts were churning, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Lin Yuan picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhongzhe calling him. It just so happened that Lin Yuan had a few diamond phase storage boxes with spirit fixation silver to give to Zhongzhe. After picking up the phone, before Lin Yuan could speak, Zhongzhe said, Yuan, first-hand news. First-hand news. The Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift has officially opened, and all the major cities have moved in. If the major factions want to develop the dimensional world, they need to build a stronghold in the Abyss world according to the major city that the faction belongs to. Lin Yuan raised his brows when he heard that. Previously, Lin Yuan had heard from the Stormy Waveguard captain, Wang Su, that the major cities wanted to build mirror cities in the dimensional world. Now, it seemed that even the major cities' factions corresponded to the main world's mirror cities. It was obvious that Lord Cicada Cry was afraid that the major cities would rope in factions and engage in vicious competition. This would affect the balance and development between the major cities, which was why the policy was formulated. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, Zhongzhe continued speaking on the other end. Are you interested in going to the Abyss world to take a look at the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift the moment it opens? ABC, Chapter 1459. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan pondered for a long time before replying. Big Brother Zhong, I won't go to the Abyss world for now. In the next month, I want to focus on improving my strength. When I'm done with my things, I'll go to the Abyss world to take a look. When Zhongzhe heard Lin Yuan's reply, he was slightly disappointed. However, Zhongzhe understood that because the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission was on a diplomatic mission to the Radiance Federation, in the Radiance 100 sequence, Lin Yuan's burden was very heavy. The Abyss world is a huge treasure trove for me. Before the Radiance Envoy selection, I should be training in the Abyss world. Zhongzhe's misfortune had been suppressed by astrologer Ji Tan's pollen and could be slowly healed afterward. It had been a while since Zhongzhe had entered his berserk state. However, Zhongzhe's desire to become stronger remained the same. Zhongzhe knew that his strength could only improve further in a year and a half through the battles of blood and fire in the abyss. Upon hearing Zhongzhe's words, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Big brother Zhong, after I'm done with my work, we might have a chance to train together in the abyss world in the future. About half of the fixed spirit silver mine I mentioned to you last time has already been mined. Are you in the house in Copper Crane Alley? If it's here, I'll have someone send it to you. Zhongzhe hurriedly replied. Yuan, I'm at Master's place right now. Just get someone to send me to Kitchen Incense Palace. Before the Class 6 Abyss World Dimensional Rift opens, I should be fusing with Master's otherworldly flames. After talking to Zhongzhe, Lin Yuan chatted for a while and hung up the phone. He planned to ask Wen Yu to send the diamond phase storage boxes containing the spirit fixation silver to the Kitchen Fragrance Palace. He then returned to his room and planned to enhance the plant species phase that could produce weather phenomena that he had traded with the Deep Buddhist Chamber of Commerce. It would also allow Gray to quickly increase its strength. Currently, Gray Ash had absorbed sunny weather, cloudy weather, snowy weather, and windy weather phenomena. The plant phase that Lin Yuan had traded from the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce were the Clear Young Flower, Fog Sunflower, Snow Crystal Orchid, Wind Mist Grass, Thunder Cry Chrysanthemum, and Rainbow Jade Hibiscus. Once Gray absorbed the auras produced by these plant phase, it should be able to obtain 2 new abilities. They were skills related to the Thunder Cry Chrysanthemum and skills related to the Rainbow Jade Hibiscus. After entering the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan didn't say anything and started to attack these plant phase. Gray, on the other hand, flew around Lin Yuan, using its body to transform into a cloud to surround him from time to time. Every Fae hoped to increase its strength, and Gray, as a favored spirit, was no exception. Therefore, Gray treasured these plant phase that could produce weather phenomena. Lin Yuan picked up a clear sunflower and enhanced it. He upgraded the Clear Young Flower from normal to bronze X/legend. He found that the size of the Clear Young Flower did not change much as its grade and quality increased. Now, every flower of the bronze Clear Young Flower was blooming with a gentle glow. It was as though the entire Spirit Lock spatial zone was immersed under the radiant sun. Lin Yuan originally wanted to plant these plant phase that could produce weather phenomena in the swamp world. In the end, he found that these plant phase that could produce weather phenomena did not change much after their grade and quality were upgraded. They were still the size of a palm. Lin Yuan decided to pour out a parasol wood shelf in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and put these plant phase that could change weather in rows according to their species. This would not take up much space at all. After upgrading a Clear Young Flower to bronze/legend, Lin Yuan upgraded another Clear Young Flower to bronze/epic. Lin Yuan found that the bronze/epic Clear Young Flower's aura was not much different from the bronze/legend Clear Young Flower. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not upgrade these Clear Young Flowers, Mist Sunflowers, Snow Crystal Orchids, Thunder Cry Chrysanthemums, and Wind Mist Grass to bronze/legend. After Lin Yuan upgraded these Clear Young Flowers, Mist Sunflowers, Snow Crystal Orchids, and Wind Mist Grass to bronze/epic, he only needed to leave the rest to the 100 Questions Beast Legion. Among all the plant phase that could produce weather phenomena, only the most special Rainbow Jade Hibiscus had yet to be enhanced by Lin Yuan. Other plant phase that could produce weather phenomena were very common, and the flourishing Prosperity Chamber of Commerce would be able to get many for him. However, it was likely that there was only one Rainbow Jade Hibiscus. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned to upgrade this Rainbow Jade Hibiscus to bronze/legend and let it evolve in its optimal state. At present, the normal Rainbow Jade Hibiscus looked very inconspicuous. The only bright spot was the rainbow-colored flower bud growing in the middle of the rape-like leaves. Lin Yuan injected spirit qi into the rainbow jade, hibiscus. The leaves did not change much after absorbing the spirit qi, but the flower bud became bigger and bigger. In the end, the rainbow jade hibiscus's flower bud even grew to the size of half of Lin Yuan's palm. It could be said that the size of the rainbow jade hibiscus's flower bud was already comparable to the size of all the rainbow jade hibiscus's leaves. As Lin Yuan enhanced the red jade hibiscus all the way to bronze, the rainbow-colored flower bud slowly bloomed. It bloomed into a double-petaled rainbow-colored flower that could wrap the entire rainbow jade hibiscus pot. The moment the flower bloomed, a magnificent rainbow stretched across the flower bud. The appearance of this rainbow seemed to have unknowingly connected the 5 weather phenomena that filled Lin Yuan's surroundings: clear sky, gloomy sky, windy sky, snowy sky, and thunderous sky, into one. It made these 5 nonstop phenomena exceptionally gentle. The 6 weather phenomena in the spirit-lock spatial zone intertwined and shone, making the spirit-lock spatial zone look like a paradise that contained all the natural weather phenomena within. After enhancing these plant phase that could produce weather phenomena, Lin Yuan looked at Gray, which wanted to absorb the weather phenomena but was hesitant about whether it should or not. He said softly, "Gray, feel free to absorb the weather phenomena produced by these plant phase from now on. In the future, there will only be more plant phase that can produce weather phenomena. I will strive to fill up 3 parasol wood shelves for you." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Gray pounced into Lin Yuan's arms and bumped into him. After staying in Lin Yuan's arms for a while, Gray turned into a cloud and wrapped around the parasol wood shelves. It was obvious that the weather phenomena released by these 30 or so bronze plant phase were not enough for Gray to absorb. However, this did not delay Gray's exclusive skill, Jade Pact. 2 new jade patterns appeared on Gray's wings. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius True Data to check on Gray. At a glance, Lin Yuan realized that Gray had indeed gained 2 new abilities on top of its original foundation. ABC, Chapter 1460. Fey name, Heaven Cloud Crane. Fey species, Feathered Crane species / Red Crane species. Fey grade, Bronze 5/10. Fey type, Nature. Fey quality, elite abilities frowny face weather cloud transformation. The main body appears in the form of clouds and mist all day long. When the main body appears in the form of clouds and mist, it is full of affinity with any natural weather. It can absorb weather through the body and condense the weather into the clouds and mist. Every weather absorbed will generate a new ability, and it will not generate abilities after a long time of advancement. Clear weather's brilliance, omitted cloudy weather's shadow, omitted snowy weather's freeze, omitted windy weather's roar, omitted thunder weather's judgment. The cloud-covered area will change the original weather into cloudy weather. At the same time, all living beings within the range will be covered with the thunder weather mark. When friendly targets release thunder attribute abilities in the thunder weather mark, the lethality will be increased, while enemy targets will suffer a series of negative effects, such as paralysis and lightning strikes. Rainbow weather's fusion. The cloud-covered weather will change the original weather into rainbow weather. The rainbow weather can promote the fusion of other weather conditions within the range, allowing different weather conditions to coexist in a fusion manner. Exclusive skill Frowny Face Precious Jade's Promise. Each absorbed weather condition will be condensed into a special type of precious jade. The precious jade will form a specific precious jade pattern that will grow on the feathers. After the weather condition is condensed into a precious jade pattern, the clouds will no longer contain the weather condition. When the precious jade pattern is activated, each weather condition will turn into a specific precious jade beast. Gray's 2 new abilities were Thunder Weather's Judgment and Rainbow Weather's Fusion. The Thunder Weather's Judgment was similar to the abilities that Gray had previously obtained: Clear Weather's Brilliance, Cloudy Weather's Shadow, Snowy Weather's Freeze, and Windy Weather's Roar. They all changed the cloud-covered weather to enhance one's target and restrict other targets. The Thunderweather's judgment could inflict paralysis, lightning strikes, and a series of negative effects on local targets. This meant that the Thunderweather's judgment was a strong control-type ability. Compared to the other abilities, the Rainbow Weather's fusion that Gray had obtained after absorbing the rainbow weather released by the Rainbow Jade Hibiscus was much more special. The Rainbow Weather's fusion could not restrict the enemy or enhance one's own. However, it could fuse other weather skills together, allowing multiple weather phenomena to exist in the clouds at the same time. Previously, Lin Yuan had brought Gray with him to test it out. He couldn't use bright light on sunny days and gray shadow on cloudy days at the same time. If you were in the same area, you could use bright light on a sunny day and shadow on a cloudy day at the same time. In that case, these two skills would restrict and cancel each other out. Since the Rainbow Sky Fusion could fuse the weather together, Lin Yuan immediately issued an order to Gray, which was absorbing the weather. Gray now cast Clear Sky's brilliant light, Cloudy Sky's shadow, and Rainbow Sky's fusion at the same time in the area above me. Try to combine the bright light of a sunny day and the dark shadow of a cloudy day. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, Gray flapped its wings and flew away. Clouds gathered above Lin Yuan's head. Immediately after, Gray cast Sunny Day's brilliance. Lin Yuan felt as though he was under the warm sun. However, when Gray cast Cloudy Sky's shadow, a portion of the clouds turned grayish-black. All of a sudden, most of the warm sunlight was blocked. Just as the two phenomena canceled each other out, a rainbow flashed between the clear and the dark. This rainbow was like a bridge that separated the clear and dark areas so that the clear and dark areas would not invade each other. Rainbow used the method of division to fuse the two types of phenomena together in an area. It was a wonderful feeling to enjoy the two phenomena under the same sky. Through his communication with Gray, Lin Yuan understood that Gray could use the Rainbow Sky Fusion. Fusing the two phenomena would cause its own spirit chi consumption to increase. Previously, Gray could use the Rainbow Sky Fusion to fuse the two phenomena together. But now, Gray could use the Rainbow Sky Fusion to fuse the two phenomena together. Gray could only hold on for half an hour. Calculating it, it was equivalent to doubling the spirit chi consumption. After understanding this, Lin Yuan continued to try. He asked Gray to use the Rainbow Sky Fusion to fuse the wind's roar, snow's freeze, and thunder's judgment into the weather above his head. Gray let out a clear cry. Immediately after, the cloudy part of Lin Yuan's head began to snow, and lightning flashed in the clouds. On the sunny side, there was a gust of wind that caused the clouds to tremble. Seeing this, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It seems that the fusion of the various phenomena uses the sunny and cloudy weather as the carrier." In the small space above his head, Gray could use the 5 elements, light, dark, wind, ice, and thunder, to enhance itself. It could use these 5 elements to suppress the enemy. However, if Gray used the Rainbow Sky Fusion to fuse the 5 phenomena at the same time, it could only last for less than 5 minutes. But this was already shocking enough. One must know that Gray's current rank was only Bronze Level 5, which was of excellent quality. When Gray's grade and quality increased, the duration of the ability would continue to increase. In addition, there were more than 5 kinds of weather in the natural world. From his previous conversation with Li Wan, Lin Yuan learned that she could find a few other plant phase that could produce phenomena for him. The more types of weather it absorbed, the stronger Gray's ability to enhance itself and weaken the enemy. If Gray was allowed to grow into a myth breed, Lin Yuan felt that under the protection of Gray's cloud chi, even if the floating island whale was discovered, ordinary experts would not be able to cross the area covered by Gray's cloud chi to reach the floating island whale. As soon as they stepped into the area covered by the cloud chi, they would fall into a swamp of elements and suffer various negative effects such as burning, dizziness, sluggishness, freezing, numbness, and lightning strikes. Looking at Gray, which was circling above his head, Lin Yuan said to Gray, "Gray, you have 2 kinds of jade ornaments on your body. Gray, you now have 2 kinds of jade ornaments on your body. Call out the treasured jade beasts formed by the lightning heaven chi and the rainbow heaven chi. Show me." Gray's exclusive skill, Jade Pact, would produce the corresponding jade ornaments on its body according to the type of weather it absorbed. The bright light of the sunny weather corresponded to the topaz ornament in the shape of the sun. Gray could summon a bird-type elemental fae with blazing flames on its head and tail. The shadow of the cloudy weather corresponded to the purple crystal ornament in the shape of the moon. Gray could summon an elemental deer-type fae with purple stripes on its body. The freezing weather corresponded to the snowflake-shaped sapphire ornament. Gray could summon a tortoise fae with ice crystals on its body. ABC. Chapter 1461. The wind's roar corresponded to the irregularly shaped white jadeite pattern. Gray could summon an elemental horse-shaped fae with a stream of air wrapped around its body. At that moment, a bright yellow elemental snake fae with lightning arcs crawled out of Gray's spiked olivine pattern. Just as Lin Yuan was wondering why Gray hadn't summoned the treasured jade beast in the arc-shaped rainbow tourmaline pattern, Lin Yuan heard Gray's childish voice. "Lin Yuan, help Gray replenish some spirit chi. Otherwise, Gray will not be able to activate the jade pattern obtained from the rainbow sky." Lin Yuan felt a little strange when he heard that. Although Gray's fusion skill consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Gray only lasted for a minute during the process. This meant that Gray still had at least 4/5 of its spirit chi left. Gray did not consume much spirit chi to summon this elemental snake fae from the rainbow sky's jade pattern. Could it be that the elemental fae summoned by the rainbow sky's jade pattern was as special as the rainbow sky's fusion? Lin Yuan raised his hand and released a spirit injection on Gray. Gray's spirit chi was replenished in an instant. Once Gray consumed its spirit chi, Lin Yuan's spirit injection would continuously replenish Gray's spirit chi for 2 hours. After replenishing its spirit chi, Gray let out another clear cry. The 5 jade beasts were summoned by Gray, each with a different posture. Then, the curved rainbow tourmaline on Gray's body emitted a gentle rainbow light. Under the rainbow light, the 5 treasured jade beasts fused together. Finally, they became an elemental crane fae with 5 colors. The moment he saw this elemental crane fae, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This elemental crane-shaped fae's appearance was exactly the same as Gray's before it obtained the cloud transformation ability. Lin Yuan had originally thought that Gray was a favored spirit that focused on support and control. However, it seemed that was not the case at all. Under the rainbow sky's jade pattern, the elemental crane fae that was formed by the 5 treasured jade beasts contained 5 types of elemental energy and was extremely aggressive. Lin Yuan planned to test the power of Gray's move. Lin Yuan gestured to the wind speed rapid antelope and said, "Let's go." "Wind speed rapid antelope, take this move from Hui Hui. Let's see if Hui Hui's attack can make you take a step back." The wind speed rapid antelope was now a gold X/legend fae. Since Lin Yuan had been feeding the wind speed rapid antelope the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for a long time, it had built an excellent foundation for the wind speed rapid antelope. After consuming the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl powder, the wind speed rapid antelope's fur turned from khaki to white. The degenerated antlers showed signs of growing again. It was obvious that the wind speed rapid antelope's bloodline had mutated. It could be said that the wind speed rapid antelope was standing at the ceiling of gold phase, just below fantasy breeds. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, the wind-speed rapid antelope did not take the initiative to attack the elemental crane-type fae that Gray had summoned. Instead, he raised his head and weaved layers of fine wind nets in front of him. Gray and the wind-speed rapid antelope were good friends, and they often played together. Gray knew that the wind-speed rapid antelope was telling it to attack. Gray immediately commanded the 5 types of jade beasts to form an elemental crane-type fae to attack the wind wall. A 5-colored glow shot out from the crane-type elemental fae and shot straight at the wind net released by the wind-speed rapid antelope. When Lin Yuan sensed Gray's attack, he frowned and thought, "Not good." Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his hand, and the source sand, which had transformed into a cufflink, revealed its true form. A large number of guard sand quickly blocked in front of the wind-speed rapid antelope's wind net. Immediately after, a violent explosion echoed on the sand wall. It might not have blasted a large hole in the sand wall, but it did not threaten the wind net behind the sand wall. However, it still blasted a very obvious dent in the sand wall. Lin Yuan's source sand was a diamond/fantasy breed elemental source-type life form. In fact, it was not because of how powerful Gray's attack was, but because the 5 types of elements were mixed together due to the rainbow weather. When separated from the rainbow weather, the 5 types of elements would instantly repel each other, resulting in an explosion. This was a kind of multi-attribute elemental explosion ability. Even if this elemental explosion exploded on the wind-speed rapid antelope's body, it would not kill it. However, it would definitely severely injure the wind-speed rapid antelope. He had raised this little fellow for so long, and it was also the capable manager of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan could not bear for the wind-speed rapid antelope to be injured. The wind-speed rapid antelope and Gray were still in a daze and did not understand the situation. However, Lin Yuan, who felt the explosion's power, was already somewhat shocked and speechless. Was this the strength of a favored spirit? With a bronze body, it had launched an attack above gold. Although the strength of this attack came from the elemental explosion, as Gray absorbed more and more aura, the explosion's power would only increase. As the types of elements increased, the purity of the aura would increase, and the explosion's power would only increase. When Gray became a myth breed, it would probably have the capital to contend with a creation breed fae. After enhancing Gray, Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After dinner, Lin Yuan logged on to the Star Web. There was no news of the Abyss Dimensional Rift opening on the Star Web yet. The Star Web was still full of public opinion regarding Sky City and the Moon Empress disciple. However, when the news of the Abyss Dimensional Rift opening was made public, all the public opinion on the Star Web would be suppressed in an instant. This was because the opening of the Abyss world would be a new process for the entire Radiance. Lin Yuan had not logged in as the combat class Spirit Chi Professional Black for a long time. Ever since Lin Yuan's virtual influence was established in the Celestial Stairway Hall of Fame. Lin Yuan did not need to participate in a Celestial Stairway duel every month to ensure his star rank. This caused Lin Yuan's black identity to make smaller splashes on the Star Web. Although the official fan club and forum were still there, they were no longer as active as in the past. This time, Lin Yuan still did not log in as the combat class Spirit Chi Professional Black. Instead, he logged into his original identity. However, due to being busy during this period, Lin Yuan's original identity had not logged into the Star Web for a long time. As a result, there were many unread messages in Lin Yuan's message bar. Lin Yuan's Star Web account was open, but he did not add many friends. The number of friends did not exceed 10. Among Lin Yuan's friend messages, there was actually someone who had sent him more than 20 messages. Lin Yuan could not help but be surprised. This was because people who really had something to look for him usually had his contact information. There was no need to contact him through the star web. Lin Yuan took a look and found that the person who contacted him was an old acquaintance, Zhou Jiesin. ABC. Chapter 1462. Zhou Jiesin, are you there? I want to discuss the store with you. Zhou Jiesin, it's urgent. If I have time, I want to ask for your opinion. Zhou Jiesin, I don't think I can run the store anymore. The store is priced at 240,000 radiance dollars. I've transferred 750,000 radiance dollars to you according to the shares. Zhou Jiesin, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Zhou Jiesin, as for the unsold goods you provided, I'll let Ostrich Logistics send them to you after I sell the store the day after tomorrow. I'll also send them to the address I mailed the goods to last time. Zhou Jiesin's first message was already 9 days ago. The new message was only sent an hour ago. Through Zhou Jiesin's message, Lin Yuan could be sure that she must have encountered trouble. This trouble was not small for Zhou Jiesin. Otherwise, given Lin Yuan's understanding of Zhou Jiesin, she would not sell the store no matter what. Lin Yuan's first star web shopping was at Zhou Jiesin's store. In the beginning, Zhou Jiesin had taken care of him a lot. If not for Zhou Jiesin's extra care, Lin Yuan would have missed the fate with the wind-speed rapid antelope, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, and the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia. The wind-speed rapid antelope had become his spirit-lock spatial zone's little butler. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus had attracted a top-notch auspicious sign, the salivating auspicious swallow. The fruits of the cinnabar osmanthus had increased his spiritual energy. It could be said that Zhou Jiesin's help had allowed Lin Yuan to seize many opportunities. Lin Yuan had been helping Zhou Jiesin afterward by providing her with materials. As early as a few months ago, Zhou Jiesin's 3-star store had been promoted to a 5-star store due to the excellent quality of the spiritual ingredients and phase sold. Among the group of 5-star stores, Zhou Jiesin's store still had a good reputation. Previously, in the Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club, Zhou Jiesin had shared a lot about the store. The Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club was now filled with big shots. Among these big shots, more than half were creation masters. In addition, there were many faction members who squatted to snatch the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls every night. This made Zhou Jiesin and those who had joined the Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club more and more speechless. The violent-tempered and Buddha-tempered people had not appeared in the fan club for a long time. However, it was said that the violent-tempered woman had come to Zhou Jiesin's shop to help. He also lent some money to Zhou Jiesin's shop and took some shares. He could be regarded as a small shareholder of the shop. Speaking of Lin Yuan, he was also a shareholder of Zhou Jiesin's store. However, compared to the violent-tempered woman, who only had a few shares, Lin Yuan had a lot more shares. According to Zhou Jiesin's message, if her store was priced at 240,000 radiance dollars, Lin Yuan would be able to buy it. Lin Yuan's 30% of the shares should be able to get 720,000 radiance dollars. It was obvious that Zhou Jiesin had given him 33 million radiance dollars to express her gratitude for the current Lin Yuan, let alone 30,000 radiance dollars. Even 3 million radiance dollars were not enough. He only needed about 8 minutes to enhance a bronze/epic fae. He only needed to work in the spirit-lock spatial zone for 48 seconds to obtain 3 million radiance dollars. However, for Zhou Jiesin, whose total assets were less than 200,000 radiance dollars, 33 million radiance dollars was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. If it was someone else's matter, Lin Yuan would just let it be. However, Zhou Jiesin was the first batch of people that Lin Yuan had met since his rise. Lin Yuan was still going to help Zhou Jiasen. Since Zhou Jiasen said that the shop would only be sold in 2 days, Lin Yuan planned to go to her shop to understand the situation. He wanted to see what kind of difficulties she had encountered. Zhou Jiasen, who had been pursuing opening a shop, had no choice but to sell it. Among the people who had sent messages to Lin Yuan, apart from Zhou Jiasen, there was also Redbud City's creation Master Guild's Elder Ning. It was Elder Ning who had given him this Star Web card. When he had given Lin Yuan the card, Elder Ning had added Lin Yuan as a Star Web friend. It could be said that Lin Yuan had been selected by the Redbud City Lordess and sent to the Moon Empress. It was all because of Elder Ning's information. Therefore, Elder Ning was very clear about Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple. Ning Yanting, Your Highness, I want to ask you for a favor. Your Highness has seen my spiral-toothed shark before. Ning Yanting, I wanted that spiral-toothed shark to awaken its giant-toothed shark bloodline, but something went wrong when I was mixing the spiritual materials, causing the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline to reverse. Ning Yanting, I urgently need some main dragon species phase essence blood to allow the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline reversal to evolve toward a dragon species bloodline. Only then can the spiral-toothed shark have a chance of survival. These 3 messages were sent by Ning Laosen a few days ago. Upon seeing these 3 messages, Lin Yuan could not help but think, am I too late to see the messages? He hurriedly exited Starweb, picked up his cell phone, and called Elder Ning. The phone rang a few times and was quickly picked up by Elder Ning. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, Elder Ning, I just logged onto the Starweb today and saw the message you sent me. I'll arrange for Ostrich Logistics to send it to you right away. I've been delayed for 3 days. The spiral-toothed shark shouldn't be in any danger, right? For the past few days, Ning Yanting had been searching for the main dragon species phase essence blood and was physically and mentally exhausted. Ever since Ning Yanting became a Class 4 creation master, he had been working hard to awaken his spiral-toothed shark's bloodline. During this process, Ning Yanting had spent countless resources. As a result, even though Ning Yanting was a Class 4 creation master, he was still empty-handed. Ning Yanting originally thought that after that ferocious strike, the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline would undergo ancestral awakening. However, the reality gave Ning Yanting a ruthless slap. If Ning Yanting wanted to protect the spiral-toothed shark, the best way was to let the spiral-toothed shark obtain a new bloodline. This could be said to be the path that Ning Yanting didn't want to take. If he wanted to take this path, Ning Yanting's spiral-toothed shark would have long evolved into the spiral-toothed shark. Ning Yanting could find ordinary spiritual materials, but the main dragon species phase essence blood was truly difficult for him. If it was just blood, Ning Yanting could look for experts with the main dragon species bloodline to ask for a few drops. Without resources, at most, he would owe some favors and slowly return them in the future. However, for dragon species phase, essence blood was considered the entire body's essence. The higher the dragon species phase grade, the lesser the amount of essence blood that could be condensed. A main dragon species Fae could only condense 5 or 6 drops of essence blood at most. As a contractor, Ning Yanting truly couldn't watch his Fae die because of his stubbornness. Therefore, Ning Yanting thought of Lin Yuan. Chapter 1463. Only Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress disciple, would be able to obtain a rare item like the main dragon species Fae essence blood. When Ning Yanting sent a message to Lin Yuan for help, his face was flushed red. 3 days after Ning Yanting sent the message, there was still no response from Lin Yuan. This made Ning Yanting feel somewhat bitter in his heart. Just as Ning Yanting was about to accept reality, Lin Yuan called. Ning Yanting was momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, he had solved his problem as soon as he opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say. Saying thank you makes it seem weak. If it was anything else, Ning Yanting would not be able to afford the main dragon species phase essence blood. Lin Yuan, who had keenly sensed Ning Yanting's state, changed the topic. If Elder Ning has any other needs, please don't hesitate to ask this junior. Junior has done Senior a favor, and it just so happens that Junior has a matter that I would like to ask Senior for a favor. When she heard Lin Yuan's words and how he addressed her as Senior, she felt a chill run down her spine. Ning Yanting felt as if he had suddenly seen the young man who had been scribbling away during the exam. Even though that youth had become the Moon Empress disciple, he was still as humble as before. Your Highness, if there's anything you need this old man's help with, just let me know. When he had just entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Chimey had been urging him. He wanted to spend the money in the Warm Sun Fund as soon as possible to carry out the Warm Sun Plan. Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang had previously discussed how to implement the Warm Sun Plan. Other than improving its strength every day, Chimey was thinking of holding fan meetings. The rest of the time was spent on live streaming and donating to the Nuanyang Foundation. Lin Yuan didn't want to disappoint Chimey. Lin Yuan had come from a small place like Redbud City's Xia region. Lin Yuan understood the situation in the Xia region and Redbud City the best. Therefore, he planned to use Redbud City's Xia region as the starting point for Project Warm Sun and spread it to the entire Redbud City. Finally, it spread throughout the entire Radiance. In order to ensure that there were no loopholes in the Nuanyang plan, they needed someone like Elder Ning, who had an official background, to oversee it. After explaining his intentions to Elder Ning, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. He sent a drop of essence blood that he had extracted from the main dragon phase liver that the Moon Empress had given him and sent it to Elder Ning. Ning Yanting was left alone beside the spiral-toothed shark. His blood was boiling. This young man, who had just left the Xia region for less than a year, was already thinking of returning to his hometown. What kind of pure and innocent heart was this? If this young man treated his hometown like this, what would he do to the entire Huiyao sect? Ning Yanting had always felt that Lin Yuan's creation master talent was the current generation's prodigy. He had created the history of the creation master exam. But now, Ning Yanting felt that compared to Lin Yuan's creation master talent, Lin Yuan's character was more dazzling. This kind of character could no longer be described as noble. For in this character is a belief in the welfare of others. This kind of character must be glorious. After mailing the Master Dragon Essence blood, he logged into StarWeb again and went to Zhou Jiasen's store. When Lin Yuan arrived at the store, he noticed that Zhou Jiasen was having a discount promotion. An unusually large number of customers were rushing to purchase and stock up on spirit materials. More than half of the spirit siphon goldfish had been sold. At this time, in addition to Zhou Jiasen, there were also the violent-tempered woman and 5 employees in the shop. The 7 of them were extremely busy. Lin Yuan went forward and greeted Zhou Jiasen, who was introducing the spiritual ingredients to the customers. Big Sister Xian, I didn't see the news on StarWeb previously. When I saw the news, I immediately rushed to the store. When Zhou Jiasen heard the youth's unique and familiar voice, she was stunned. She then turned around with pleasant surprise. After confirming that it was Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiasen first apologized to the customer. She then arranged for the customer to be with an employee before walking to Lin Yuan's side and smiling. Lin Yuan, you have grown a lot taller after not seeing you for a few months. Lin Yuan's height had indeed increased from 177 centimeters, and his body was much more robust. When Lin Yuan saw the unconcealable loneliness in Zhou Jiasen's smile, he went straight to the point. Big Sister Xian, your Class 5 store is doing fine. Why are you closing all of a sudden? Zhou Jiasen let out a sigh in response. you are the store's major shareholder, so I originally wanted to ask for your opinion. But for the past 2 days, the 3 Class 2 creation masters that were originally hired by the store are no longer serving the store. An old and rising force has been pressuring me to turn my shop into a chain store under that old and rising force and let that old and rising force manage it. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately knew the whole story. It seemed that Zhou Jiasen had been targeted by an old rising force. Under such circumstances, Zhou Jiasen wouldn't be able to deal with this old rising force if it used some illegal means. This was also the fundamental reason why most of the 5-star shops on the Star Web were backed by forces. However, a Class 2 creation master was considered a top-notch figure in a rising faction. Zhou Jiasen had treated the 3 Class 2 creation masters extremely well, and there was no reason for the 3 Class 2 creation masters to be coerced by this veteran and rising faction to not work for Zhou Jiasen anymore. With this doubt, Lin Yuan asked Zhou Jiasen, "Big Sister Xian, were those 3 Class 2 creation masters also forced away by this veteran rising faction?" Zhou Jiasen quickly shook her head and said, "This veteran rising faction has been eyeing our store for a long time. It didn't make such an unreasonable request because it cared about the 3 Class 2 creation masters' reputation. However, I didn't expect that one of the top 3 factions, the Whale Ocean Trade, would be gathering a large number of creation masters and wouldn't limit their star ranks. The creation masters who participate in the experiment will be nurtured by the Whale Ocean Trade. It is because of this information that the 3 Class 2 creation masters in the store left." Lin Yuan originally wanted to help Zhou Jiasen with a small favor, but he didn't expect to hear such news. The Whale Ocean Trade again. It was related to creation masters again. Through Ji Feng, Lin Yuan understood that the Whale Ocean Trade needed creation masters, not the creation masters' talents. Instead, it was the creation masters' lives and bodies. If the Whale Ocean Trade really released such news, who knew how many creation masters would be attracted to the Whale Ocean Trade? If these creation masters were secretly harmed by the Whale Ocean Trade, it would undoubtedly be the same as cutting off the Radiance creation master's potential. However, Lin Yuan couldn't understand one thing. Even if the Whale Ocean Trade really had the guts to use the creation master's lives and bodies to do some dirty things, even if it succeeded, the High Lords would find out and pursue the matter. How could the Whale Ocean Trade escape the calamity of extinction? Lin Yuan was originally planning to find time to bring Bai Yenya to explore the Whale Ocean Trade's old mansion. However, it was one thing if he could explore the old mansion at night without being discovered by the Whale Ocean Trade's experts. It was another thing if he could find out something fishy about the Whale Ocean Trade. Chapter 1464. Even if he had the ability to not be detected by the Whale Ocean Trade's experts, it would be very difficult for him to discover the Whale Ocean Trade's conspiracy just by spying at night. However, there was a ready-made opportunity. He would then be able to openly participate in the Whale Ocean Trade's recruitment as a Class 2 creation master. At that time, the Whale Ocean Trading Company would reveal its hidden scheme to him. At that time, he would undoubtedly know clearly what the Whale Ocean Trade was planning. With that in mind, Lin Yuan said to Zhou Jiasen, "Sister Xian, if you want to continue operating this 5-star shop, I have a way. I can help you contact a Peak Power, Do Immortal Garden, and let you work with them directly. This way, even if that old rising force had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to your shop." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "Sister Xian, I'm very interested in the experiment mentioned by the Whale Ocean Trade. I wonder what specific information Sister Xian has obtained." He had learned about the Whale Ocean Trade from Zhou Jiasen. This was something that Wenyu had not told him before. He had told Wenyu to pay attention to news of the Whale Ocean Trade. Wenyu agreed. Therefore, if Wenyu knew about this, it was impossible for her not to tell him. The only reason why Wenyu did not tell him was that when you did not know about this matter, it was no wonder that Sky City did not have an intelligence department at the moment. All the information she knew about the whale ocean trade came from the Radiant Moon Palace and the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The news of the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not updated every day. Instead, the information would only be gathered every once in a while. Through this matter, Lin Yuan felt that his Sky City should start to establish its own information channel. It wasn't like such a situation where the top factions recruited creation masters for experiments had never happened before. Therefore, this kind of thing would not attract too much attention from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. However, after learning about the whale ocean trade's myriad flag's true face through G-Foam, Lin Yuan was certain the whale ocean trade was recruiting a large number of creation masters and wasn't even limiting the creation master's star class. He had to make a big move. When Zhou Jiasin heard Lin Yuan's words, she was delighted and shocked at the same time. When Zhou Jiasin had first seen Lin Yuan, she had only treated him as a cheerful youth. He used federal dollars to buy things, which seemed to be very frugal. Lin Yuan even wanted to buy inferior energy ores, which made Zhou Jia think that Lin Yuan's financial situation was not good. However, it did not take long for him to start spending Radiance dollars in his store. He had even set up his own Star Web store. In order to support Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiasin had even specially visited his Star Web store. However, Zhou Jiasin didn't expect that Lin Yuan's store was actually selling bronze usnias. It was a good item that would be fought over once it was placed on the shelves. Zhou Jiasin, who originally wanted to support him, ended up waiting for Lin Yuan's usnias to be placed on the shelves. After that, Zhou Jiasin was certain that there was a creation master behind Lin Yuan. Later on, Lin Yuan became a shareholder of the store and regularly provided the store with silver usnias. Zhou Jiasin was even more convinced of this. But then, Lin Yuan's style became a little incomprehensible to Zhou Jiasin. A large number of bigwigs suddenly swarmed into the Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club. Lin Yuan even publicly auctioned the flower brocade pearls in the group. The flower brocade pearls were fays that even creation masters would fight to collect. Any one of them could be auctioned in the Rare Life Form Pavilion for hundreds of thousands of Radiance dollars. However, Lin Yuan actually had dozens or even hundreds of such items on the shelves in his store. Later on, during the All-Star match, Lin Yuan was a lucky spectator. He actually defeated the Barbarian Snake Club's main member, Meng Su. It was then that Zhou Jiasin realized that the youth that she had treated as a younger brother was actually a hidden genius. Zhou Jiasin felt that she was not worthy of such a Lin Yuan. Therefore, Zhou Jiasin had never taken the initiative to contact Lin Yuan after understanding his identity. Later on, the Purchase with No Loss store auctioned the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. To Zhou Jiasin, the flower brocade pearls were things that she couldn't afford even if she went bankrupt. Therefore, Zhou Jiasin didn't have a special concept of the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. After all, resources like the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls wouldn't be auctioned in the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Such a good item would never appear in private auctions below the Emperor level. Although Zhou Jiasin knew that Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were very expensive, she had never had a clear idea about Lin Yuan. It was only then that Zhou Jiasin realized Lin Yuan's words. To think that he could pull a relationship with a top faction for his little 5-star shop. What kind of energy was this? If his Star Web store really had the protection of a pinnacle faction, the Du Immortal Garden, then he would definitely be able to protect it. Once the old and rising power found out about this, they would definitely hide far away and not dare to have any ideas about his shop. He was even worried that he would settle scores with him later on. This made Zhou Jiasun very happy. No matter what, the store that he had poured his heart, soul, and soul into had been saved. However, Zhou Jiasun was not very clear about Lin Yuan's question. Suddenly, Zhou Jiasun's eyes lit up, and she said to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, let's go. In a while, a Class 2 creation master should be coming to settle the wages. When he comes, we'll ask him together, and we'll know." Upon hearing Zhou Jiasun's words, Lin Yuan nodded. As Zhou Jiasun's shop was having a discount, there were abnormally many people, the violent-tempered woman, and the 5 employees were too busy. Lin Yuan had the experience of opening a shop and entertaining customers. While waiting for the Class 2 creation master, Lin Yuan even helped Zhou Jiasun receive a few customers. Soon enough, the Class 2 creation master arrived at Zhou Jiasun's shop. The Class 2 creation master had a rather arrogant expression, but he was rather friendly to Zhou Jiasun. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with Zhou Jiasun. Zhou Jiasun reached out to pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder and spoke to the Class 2 creation master. "Lord Fei, my brother, my partner would like to ask you about the Whale Ocean Trading's recruitment for an experiment." When the Class 2 creation master with the surname Fei heard Zhou Jiasun's words, he glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "The Whale Ocean Trading is recruiting creation masters, not creation masters. Whale Ocean Trade is recruiting creation masters, not creation masters. What's the use of asking about this?" Hearing that, Zhou Jiasun twitched the corner of her mouth, revealing an awkward smile. She looked at Lin Yuan apologetically. Even as the owner of a 5-star shop, Zhou Jiasun's status couldn't be compared to a Class 2 creation master. When they met and talked, Zhou Jiasun had to address the Class 2 creation master as Lord. Therefore, if the Class 2 creation master wasn't willing to speak, Zhou Jiasun couldn't force him.